Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome back to more Dawntrail MSQ. Wait, let me check something real quick. Okay, good. The effects are still going. Good, good, good. Oh, I was sort of doing just a bunch of stuff today. Taking care of a lot of things around the house and took my mom out to get haircuts today, both of us, because she doesn't get a chance to get out too often these days. And then we headed down into town and got some Korean barbecue. Oh man, it's been so long since the last time I got Korean barbecue. I missed it a lot. It's very, very tasty. But that was nice. But it took up like most of the day just sort of running around taking care of things today. I was like, oh, I definitely do want to stream today because I kind of wanted to stream yesterday, but I was exhausted like all day from doing things and then not getting enough sleep and all of that. And so I just didn't bother yesterday. I'm like, I definitely do want to stream today. Also, hi newbie, welcome in. You're fairly new here, but so yeah, I was just taking care of like all that stuff. But I managed to get home. I managed to have enough time for sort of an evening stream. It's about 5:30 my time now, so we get a little bit of a late night stream. But yeah, last time I streamed on Saturday? No, I think it would have been Friday. I think it was Friday. I managed to do the Alliance raid, but they had all these little tiny... Hey, Drusilla. There are these little tiny, like, extra quests on the end of the first stage of the Alliance raid. All these little bits of quests to do. And every one of those just added up to, like, almost 3 hour long stream, even though I finished the Alliance raid within, like, the first hour. So I never got around to what I'm doing today, which is I'm actually going to dive straight into the 7.1 MSQ, and I'm going to go ahead and go through that today. Whatever else we do, if anything, we will see, but we'll see. Yeah, the Alliance raid was a lot of fun. And I have been looking at 11 private servers. I won't say anything more than that in any specific amount of detail, but I've been looking into the 11 private servers to maybe go ahead and play through one. I did look at the one that you sent, newbie. Ultimately, I would have loved to be able to play with you, but I don't think that server would work for me. If I'm going to go back into 11, what I want is story, lore, characters, like, lore. The lore of 11 and all that that entails, pretty much. And unfortunately, when I looked at yours, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're locked at level 75, and we're only like one expansion into all of 11, and we're not going to include the others until we rebalance them to be as a... Yours is one of those ones that's like, no, no, no. Level 75 in this particular expansion was the golden era of the game, and we're going to leave everything there and introduce other things as we design them to fit in our game, and it's just not for me. That one's just not for me. I may do some 11 private server stuff, but if I do, it's going to be on a private server that has all the expansions, all the storylines available, and that you can climb all the way up to level 99 in. Even if I'm missing some sort of, like, nondescript golden era of 11 that I know nothing about because I never played it before, I don't care. I want, like, the game that has everything story-wise. So I've been looking at them and checking out one or two different ones to see if I can find one that'll work for me. But thank you for sort of giving me the kick in the butt that was showing me the one you play on, newbie, so that I could actually start like looking at some of the other ones myself and see which ones will fit what I might actually want to do with that game if I do anything. Right now I'm struggling to be like, well, this one has this, but I don't want that, but I don't want that. I do want this, I don't want that. And trying to figure out how to, like, get them all to work with the launcher. I'm fighting I'm fighting one right now that's like refusing to launch properly, and I'm trying to figure out what part of the like 12-stage process I've messed up somewhere in the background that I need to fix, basically. Your friend said they're supposed to be adding more. That's what it looked like. Like, when I looked at the one you sent me, maybe in like 5 years it would be a server that I would want to play on. Because that's what it did look like. It looked like they're level locking it to 75, because that's some like golden era of 11 or something that apparently existed. And they're looking to bring like the further expansions and content from them into that server, but only after like their balance team has gone through and like reconfigured a lot of the content. So ultimately, in like a number of years, maybe the one you sent me would work for me. But right now, I just want to look for one that has like all of the expansions, so I can get like all of the lore and the characters and the stories and things like that. And I think I found one that might work, but this is the one that I'm having. I can't even like manage to log into because the launcher like it like won't connect and immediately kills it when I try to launch it, and I think I messed something up in the background somewhere that I need to fix. Okay. You know what? Let's do this before I waste another, like, 40 minutes just sitting around talking and not doing the actual gameplay. I love that that's what happened when I was finishing Dawntrail, the very last day when I was streaming Dawntrail. A lot of my friends after the stream were like, I wasn't sure you were going to make it to the end during that stream, because I stopped in the middle of the level 100 quest and just sat there and like chatted with my chat for like 45 minutes, not progressing, which is fine. That's how it is as a streamer. Interacting is more important than like playing through the game ultimately, but it was just funny. A lot of them were like, yeah, I didn't think you were gonna get to the end of the game that night. Bulwark is eager to hear how you've been getting on. Royal invitation. Okay, so we're gonna be hanging out with the cats. All 3 of us cats hanging out. So has it been able to relax lately? I did an alliance raid recently, so that's not exactly relaxing. With my friends not doing callouts and me learning mechanics raw. As you've been with the rite of succession, among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tulio Lal at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos at Zabali of Thai is one such way to do so, yep. Way laden with fillings and are absolutely sublime. Have an empty stomach, the owner, Brukev, will look after you. So they're sending me to Zabali of Thai for more tacos again. Oh, the Wandering Minstrel. Yeah, I need to hit him up for the EXs at some point. But no big rush on that. If I'm going to be doing like more 7.1 stream stuff, first is primarily get through this MSQ, and then maybe I'll start doing role quests, probably. Will be the next thing that I work on. I think. I'm not certain of that. But I do know I want to do the role quests pretty soon. I need to level more classes, though, is what I need to do. Let me see. Role quests. Viper, definitely. So, melee's covered. Machinist, probably. Not sure. Does anybody have an idea which class of these 3 sort of fits the story of the Fizz Ranged role quest? Or, yeah, Fizz Range should have its own role quest the best. Because I think I used Dancer and I used Bard, so I'd probably go Machinist. But if the storyline is just, like, not really for some tech gunner type guy, it just doesn't work very well for that, then I'll probably go with something else. I definitely need to level something here. I've used... What have I used? I think I used Summoner and Red Mage on my Magic role quest, so maybe Black or... No, Picto. I'm an idiot. Picto is the other new class, so definitely Picto. I need to level Picto. I used Sage and Endwalker because it was the new one. I used Astro, I think, and Shadowbringers. So probably Scholar or White Mage, but I'm not sure which would fit that quest better. And I used... what? Paladin, I think, and Endwalker, because that was the canon job, so I assume I used that for the role quest as well. And probably Gunbreaker and Shadowbringers, because Gunbreaker was added... Wait, was that Shadowbringers? Was that Storm? No, Storm. That wouldn't have been Stormblood. Stormblood would have been Red Mage, Samurai. Shadowbringers was Dancer, Gunbreaker, so I probably used Gunbreaker in there. So probably Warrior, Dark Knight. Probably Dark Knight. Not a huge fan of Warrior. I love that I'm using Warrior, like, a lot on my free trial, but that's because Warrior has really good, like, on my free trial account, that's mostly because it's, like, Warrior's the one I can get between Warrior and Paladin. I choose Warrior. It has better sustain, better capabilities, stuff like that, right? But, like, aesthetically, I'm just not a big fan of Warrior. I'll probably do Dark Knight, Viper, Picto, maybe Machinist, and maybe... I don't know, between Scholar and White Mage. I'll probably just level both Scholar and White Mage and then pick once I feel what the story is going to fit better as. We'll see, though. I can at least get started on my Magic and my Melee role quests because I know exactly which classes I'm going to use for those. While I kind of figure out which ones to level for the other ones. Alone today, are you? If you have a hankering for tacos, they're on the house. Consider it thanks for everything you've done for Tulio Law. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you a meal as soon as it's ready. I think I should raise this. Should raise my chair a little bit. I got a new pad for my chair. I used one of those, like, ergonomic sitting blah 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 whatevers, but I hate the shape of them. Those weird little, like, half donut whatever ones that you could put on a chair and sit on them. I didn't like the shape. The molding of it didn't really, like, fit my body very well. So I got a much simpler ladder one with some, like, memory foam stuff in it. But it's much thinner. So I'm sitting lower than I'm used to. Alright, Brokevu. I'm coming back for those role quests later. You hold on to those for me. Nope, ditch the avocados. Ditch those avocados. Otherwise, though, these look pretty good. Tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? What? No, not really. It was 30 years ago for me. Oh, I see. I wonder if these are supposed to be like twins, but one was on the outside and one was inside the dome. So now one of them's like an older man. It's still strange for me, too. It's the other day you were a little... Oh, no, it's a father and son. Oh, jeez. Boy, clean your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasolani. And you're a man grown with a face full of hair. You're my son the instant I saw you. Still family, you can always rely on me. Oh, and it feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. You and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. In Alexandria, we had Electra. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. Yeah. I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove? Oh, God. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. God, I never felt so embarrassed. To the tales, it seems life is really different within the dome. Yep. Wife and children, I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate. Try to figure out if he wants to live outside or just go back inside the dome. Do something for them. They're your family and they're mine too. Do whatever's necessary to make it work. Over here, it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tulio. Oh, well, yep. Yup. Like it's always established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. You can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. Okay, so they're like establishing classes for people who grew up inside the dome to sort of learn how to do things without electrope, basically. Definitely seek this group out. I'll bring my family with me. It is gotta be very weird for some people that got separated now reuniting with their families that are much older. It's just about to go and find you. Mind the company, I hope. I can use the bike to myself. Yep, tacos. Let's have tacos. All the tacos you can scarf down. Oh, the mouth noises. They're really loving those mouth noises in Dawntrail, aren't they? The it's disgusting, disgusting mouth noises. Oh, wait, a message got held. From newbie. Expired, not posted to... Oh, darn, I didn't see it in time, so I can't say... It's fine. They're supposed to be adding more. And kick you in the butt more. God, I can kick you in the butt more. Thanks, newbie. Yeah, this multi-chat thing that I'm using, this local hosted bot that I'm using that has a multi-chat feature in it is great so that I can at least see what people are posting on the YouTube side. I can't put that on my screen. YouTube, Twitch, well, specifically Twitch, user agreements and all that bullshit, but I can at least see what the people on YouTube are posting and stuff like that. The problem is, it's missing a lot of the minute features that would be nice to have. And for, like, screen real estate, like, just generally for screen real estate, I just put it over my usual Twitch chat in OBS. Once I get it, once they need to come up with a dockable version of it in OBS so I don't have to use it that way. But anywho, I miss little things like that are sometimes on like Twitch's side only, like stuff that gets auto-modded I don't notice, or things that don't get posted to the chat don't come through on this one, and so I do miss things sometimes. That, and it doesn't do the like 5-minute countdown until the next ad, so I keep getting like surprised when ads pop up suddenly. What have you been up to lately? Exploring Tyrol with my trusty alpaca. I'm exploring Tyrol with my trusty alpaca. Not a brain cell between the both of us, but we're having fun. I'm glad that the spitting devil is serving you well. You're still enjoying seeing the sights. I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace. Yep. Whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now. As I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Cool, what do you need me for? There's something we want to discuss with you as Dawn servants. You have time to come to the palace. I mean, that's what I'm here for today. Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you're finished here. Yep, let me just get 5 more plates of tacos and scarf them down. Sorry, I'm just taking care of something real quick. There we go. That should do it. Alright. Off to the palace we go. There's always so many of these just like gold quests that are just dangling around everywhere I go because I haven't bothered to run them. There's so many other ways to like get experience that I miss a lot of the little bits of lore in 14 that are not like associated with blue quests or MSQ or stuff like that. Because I just don't do them. And I keep going, yeah, I'll go do that some other time when I have free time of my own to work on it, and then I have 20 other things I'd rather be doing kind of things, right? Working on YouTube stuff, or playing a different character, like my free trial character I'm putting a lot of time into, or just running different bits of content. Oh, sprints up again. Nice. Really, do I have that down? I do have that down. I can turn that up. When I'm playing on the my main character, I don't mind turning that up a bit, because I'm not really specifically using this footage for things, and I figure if I do, I'm probably going to just mute the footage and be talking over it anyway. But I haven't thought of anything in particular I want to use this Dawntrail footage for. But when I play on my free trial, I post that footage out like every single week on YouTube. So I keep the music nice and low. So for when I'm cutting it later, you don't just have music jumping around all over the place while I'm in different zones. And then I have a bunch of the 14 music just local on my computer, and I just put it in myself to sort of fit the video. Well, hello there, everyone. Yeah, here too. Kona summoned us. Truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. Share our knowledge of Hanish culture, you see. Hopes of further strengthening your alliance. Of course, happy to oblige him. Yeah, so he's very much learned from Wook Lamont, right? He's like, okay, we have a new alliance with Rodzet Han, so I want to learn everything I possibly can about their culture, their people, everything possible, so that I can, like, make this alliance as strong as possible. I summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. Grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. My Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tyrol. Okay, so they're off sightseeing like I was. Oh, there's an ad coming up. I better keep it on this tab then. Still, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. Makes sense. Was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. Yeah, makes sense. Are we able to get back and forth in living I know I can. I thought that was more for gameplay purposes. Are they able to go back and forth in living memory? Because you have to go through the gate at the Golden City to get to living memory, and I just kind of assumed once we finished MSQ, like lore-wise, that gate would have closed. Trying to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Okay, are we going to have more information about the key? The look she had in her eye was any indication. I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You like to be stuck with her for a while. Oh, no. I get the feeling that that's telling me what the next bit of MSQ is going to be. Is going to be me and Y'shtola messing around with cross-dimensional travel. Justinian, we know neither where he is nor what he's doing. Some things never change. Yep. Justinian wandered in, saved the day, and then wandered off again. Yeah. Grumpy old wandering Uncle Estinian. Apologies for the delay. We took advantage of the time to catch up. Yes, we did. Let's go ahead and snooze that one. What can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. Okay. State funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sphene. King Galulja and his administration have invited us to attend. Certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasilani. See no reason not to attend. I mean, yeah, you do. Sandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Only the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the queen be thus honored. Maybe to that lot to think of such things. Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They're being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. Suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Yeah, there's that. Talking of Alexandria reminds me of the cutscene at the end with the Arcadian. I need to go and do Arcadian at some point as well. I never did get around to that. Sphene was but a simulacrum. She is nonetheless a pillar for the people. Pain of her passing must run deep. Funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together and express their grief, that they might overcome it. Alright. Sure at first, but I've decided to go. Not only to be there for the little job, but to put this chapter behind us. You know, I should probably just move this over here, maybe. It's a little iffy, but I can shrink it down a bit. That way I'll be able to see both chats. Not the best setup, but whatever. Being able to see when like ads are coming up or when AutoMod tags someone or something like that is more important to me. Requested your presence was none other than to see if you wish to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well, after all. In a different way than the people of Alexandria, but yeah, you don't stiff them on going to the funeral. No. No, I'm not going to bother thinking, I wish there was another way, blah, 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 or wouldn't be appropriate. I should go. I should go. If they invited me, I should go. Responsible for her demise, I take it. That's not a burden you bear alone. I'm also not super blaming myself for it. I mean, I know we were the ones who killed her, but she didn't leave us. Like, there's a lot of hang-ups here going on in this dialogue at the moment that, like, I personally don't really agree with. Which just, like, they seem very dour, like, oh god, because we killed her, blah, 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 whatever. It's like, no, I get it. Yes, factually, you're right. I'm the one who killed her, and I'm a little surprised they're inviting me to the funeral. But they're inviting me, so I'm not going to disrespect them by not going. And I also don't really feel guilty for killing her, because she didn't give us another option, so... Idea is vow, I'll attend the funeral as representative to Leola. Meanwhile, you can go in a personal capacity and watch over the people as they mourn. Oh, so we're going to start with a bit of questing that's going to be like, go talk to 5 people and see what they have to say, blah, blah, blah type stuff. Should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. Of a beloved psychotic monster who wanted to destroy entire frickin' reflections. Remember whose fiend was to her people and to others. Let us stand with you. Like, here's the thing. The fact that Sphene at no point through the entire MSQ even entertained for 1 second the idea of us trying to find some other solution to power living memory than using the souls of the dead, right? Like, makes me not care as much. Like, I care that she's dead, I care that Alexandria doesn't have a queen, blah blah blah, all that, but I don't care that I'm the one who killed her. Like, she didn't give us another option, and she didn't allow us to try and give her any other options, so that was our only option. Solution 9, and look for Galul Jah in the back room. Like, that's how I feel about it. Even if the characters pretend they feel differently about it, that's how I feel about it. At no point did she ever even entertain an idea of letting us have a chance to think about it for a while and see if there was any other way to power living memory. So, I don't feel like upset or sad or any of that I had to kill her. Like, it was that or she kills everyone. So, you know, I'm good. Do I need anything? I've got some food if I want it. I wonder if I should go pick up those extra dungeons today, too. I should pick them up and run them at the same time just to make sure that I get it done. Right? I don't really want to add something to my list and then forget, wait, what's the new stuff that I haven't run yet when I go looking to get, like, my crown back or whatever. So I should probably pick up the dungeons on the moment that I intend to run them. I don't even know if I should bother showing those off on stream. If anyone has run the extra dungeons, the ones that you picked up after the 7.0 MSQ or any that might be new in 7.1, I don't know if there are any new ones in 7.1. I think there's like 2 that I haven't run yet. Let me know if it's like interesting lore that I should probably show off on stream, or if it's just something I should probably just go pick up and run on my own to get them completed off stream. Not that there's a whole lot you can do with dungeons on stream. Some of them do have lore built in, but the lore is a very much like a side thing in dungeons, and it's difficult when running through with like 3 randos to stop and like read notes on the ground and learn the lore of the dungeon or anything. I suppose if I go through with duty support, then I can take all the time I want to sort of examine the dungeons and stuff, though. But again, I don't know if there's anything in them that's all that important to show off. What do we got around here? I have a bunch of whatchamakey-makey stuff that I haven't done. Belongs in Museum, I think, is a dungeon. Intrepid New Enterprise? That might be something else. Uncouth Customers might be another dungeon. How the West Was Sung. That's Extremes. I should actually go do that. I don't need to do, like, anything with that, so I can just pop by and do these really quick. I can just pop by and talk to the minstrel and be like, here, give me the Extremes real quick. I'm just waiting because we're about to hit an ad in, like, 2 minutes. An ad is going to start, so I'm just sort of doing a couple side things before moving along with the story. That's you. I overjoyed that fate would arrange this meeting. Not surprised. When I heard tell of your journey with Wuklamad, I had a feeling it would only be a matter of time till we cross paths. Am I doing in Tyrol, you ask? I am come in search of unusual and fantastic stories that I may weave into songs. Spin tales that will enchant crowds the world over. This land has proven to be a treasure trove of folk tales and legends unlike any that can be found across the sea. I set each and every one to memory, and my head is swimming with new verses. For all the myths newly added to my repertoire, I still yearn for tales of newfound adventure. Those involving parties that yet live, preferably recounted by someone with first-hand experience. You're just such a man. Share with me everything that happened since you set foot in Tyrol, and I shall set it to song. Every trial you endured during the rite of succession, every blood-curdling moment of your assault upon the levin-shrouded dome, I beg you spare no detail. Words will lend texture to my melodies and substance to my lyrics. Oh, I have a feeling my most memorable work is soon to come. I don't know, you've had some pretty memorable ones so far. A lot of these made-up bullshit stories where he pretends things were a lot harder than they actually were. May not have the time at present. I shall be here for a while yet, polishing my prose to a mere sheen. Simply come to me when you have a story to share, and I shall listen in rapt attention. Valagamanda, Workolador Extreme. These are the kinds of things I might, like, you could just skip these cutscenes, you don't miss a whole lot. He just sings a tiny little, like, one, like, stanza, or whatever you want to call it, basically, of a song. I don't even know what to call it. One little verse of a song, basically. Battle with Valagarmonda, the Tyrol Vitral of legend, dubbed the Sky Ruin, yeah. Nice Viper outfit, by the way. The devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Gululja broken. What? Was the seal put in place by Gululja? Okay, no, that's all one. It's all one sentence. By a devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Gululja broken. It's like 4 separate beats there, but one sentence. Alright, ads. That's fine. We're just doing side stuff right now. Living calamity unleashed again upon the world, only to be struck down by Wiclamot and her mighty companion. So the events of the Rite of Succession shall provide me with more than enough inspiration for my next song. Yep. By the by, do you know the meaning of the term Tyrol Vidral? I do. They've told me it. I keep forgetting it. That which clings to the earth, yeah. Fitting description for beings powerful enough to claim an entire continent as their territory. Valagarmonda is said to be the most formidable among them. He emerged victorious. The fiend was but recently roused from slumber. What do you suppose would have happened had Valagarmonda been given sufficient time to regain its strength? I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. You're going to make me play through it, I'm sure. Questions are why we have imaginations, yes? Imagine I shall the mightiest heroes of Aetheris matched against the full fury of Valagarmonda. A story for the ages. I love that it's like written into the storyline that he's a bard who just makes bullshit up. Like, he takes the stories you tell him and then he bullshits them up 5 or 6 times as more as they actually were and then tells them around the world. You're like, your personal bard telling tales of your glory around the world is just like making half this shit up. Share a heroic yarn with me? Yep, Zoraljaw and the Everkeep. Brought me today. Final moments of the former Dawn servant's firstborn. The story gives rise to a complex mixture of emotions. It would be insulting to call it something so trite as an adventurous tale. As the only true son of Gululja, he doubtless felt a heavy burden of responsibility to be deemed worthy of succeeding his father. Its weight was likely made all the more stifling by the fact he had but one head. Yes. Yeah, that weird version of him when he finally mutated, where he had a fake second head that was just like a stump at the neck and no head on it. Where he like dreamed himself all powerful as a blessed sibling, but it came out like mutated. Great power to make up for his perceived shortcomings. He could never quite live up to the expectations he set for himself. And in his blind pursuit, he stepped upon a crooked path. I mean, he stepped upon a genocidal path. "30 long years did he keep company with anger in that dome. No amount of anguish can justify the countless lives he stole. You know what I believe? I believe the moment Zoraljak killed his own father was whose admiration he fought so hard to win, his life lost all meaning." There is that. "Sins cannot be forgiven, 'tis true. But his story is a tragic one, and I suspect each of us can see parts of ourselves reflected within it." He's not actually doing the songs anymore, which is interesting. He used to do the songs. I don't mind that they're gone. I never cared that much for the songs when he'd pull out his little harp and like strum a couple of notes and then sing a little verse of a song. But he's not doing them anymore, and that's interesting. Dark shadow loomed over the rite of succession. We would do best not to forget he who cast it. Many will view Zoraljak as a murderer and tyrant. Reducing him to a mindless villain will blunt the impact of the lessons we can learn from his fate. It is a tale that must be told with great care. Eva keep extreme. Should run some of these extremes at some point. I believe the extreme mounts from Dawntrail are literally just that, like, you get wings and you have this long tail. It's like this freaking, like, parasitic wings and tail, like, attached to your back or something, I think is what it looks like. I don't remember for sure, but I think that's the case. And so that'd be pretty cool to have a pair of those. But I need to figure out which one I want. First and foremost. Heroic yarn with me? Yep, give me the minstrel's ballad for Sphene. Also, there should be a bunch more trials, but you do usually pick those up after MSQ, so I'm just not sure where to pick them up or if they're even in the game yet. Because there will certainly be more trials to come during the further MSQ, through like 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, stuff like that. We should pick up 1 or 2, I think, more trials going through the post-Dawntrail. But there's usually side stuff as well. Like, weapons was optional content. Four Lords was optional content. So I need to figure out where, like, the optional side trials for Dawntrail are. And if they're even in Dawntrail yet. Be interesting to know what they are, too. Trials and tribulations of Queen Sphene, who was confronted with many a difficult decision as she sought to protect the citizens of her nation. In that realm, people regard souls as merely a resource. When they die, the ether of their memories is used to create the endless. It's a simulacra of the departed that can only be sustained with life force harvested from the living. Being so very different from what we know, such a way of life is difficult for us to accept. Indeed, it seemed only inevitable that you should come into conflict with Sphene. She herself was not among the living, but an entity brought forth to fulfill a certain objective. And therein, I believe, lay the root of this tale's tragedy. Yeah. Like, Sphene, the actual Queen Sphene, would have despised what had become of her living memory. I could... Like, I never even met the original Sphene, but through meeting her living memory, I could tell you with certainty that the actual Queen Sphene would have hated what became of her living memory. This thing that was trying to like delete all of her own weaknesses from her own memory to become a monster that could just devour reflections for souls. Recreated from the noblest of souls though she was helpless to defy the purpose to which she had been bound, protecting the endless no matter the cost. Yep. Instead, she continued on her destructive path, though she knew it led only to a dead end. She may. Deep in your heart, do you believe that the Sphene whom you met was alive? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yes, she was an Endless, but I full on believe the Endless are alive. Now, are the Endless the same people they were in life? No, that's obvious. A lot of them are very similar, but a lot had like their programming, in quotes, I guess if you want to call it that, very much changed from the person they were when they were alive. Sphene more than like anyone else. Like, her programming was so different as an Endless from who she was in life that I can only imagine they messed with her memories in unimaginable ways when Preservation actually created her Endless. But they were alive, yeah. Were they the same people they were in life? Probably not. Not really. There was too much missing from them as Endless to call them that. But they were definitely, like, living beings. They definitely had personalities. Like, living, breathing personalities. So even with the knowledge that her existence differed from the living, you hold that she was alive. Yep. Your honest answer. Shall take it to heart. Like, that's the difference. Can I say that a Sphene was like a living, breathing, learning, experiencing entity? Yes. Can I say that she was the Queen Sphene from eons ago before she died? Absolutely not. Whether or not she was possessed of life, I believe that there existed an individual called Sphene who cared deeply for her people, who heard the voices of her people, felt as they did, and thought only for their welfare. That's why at Battle's End she returned as the gentle soul you knew. It'll be very interesting to see what they actually did with the Minstrel's Ballad version of Sphene. That will be very interesting to me, because there was a lot of really impressive stuff that was happening during the actual fight itself. And I'm not talking about mechanics, I'm not talking about AoEs and orange zones and shit like that. I'm talking about the storyline that was going on during that fight. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Minstrel's Ballad does with that storyline. Thought fills me with dread. What if that soul failed to return? Oh, that's a little unfortunate. Fearsome entity she had become continued its relentless onslaught. Ugh. Okay. It sounds like they may be doing the exact opposite of what I would have liked to see in this fight, but so be it. I guess the only thing they can come up with like the extreme versions of these trials is what could have happened that would have made this fight harder. And I guess harder would have been that Sphene didn't get her mind back under control and became an even more dangerous monster for us to fight. But I would have been more interested to see like a version of Sphene even after she came back, but she still needed to fight us because she still just didn't agree with us or whatever. But like this whole other like different version, a whole different phase of Sphene would have been pretty cool. But it looks like we're just getting more of the monster. Like there will probably be a phase change, and there will probably be another form for her, but it's going to be more the creature she was becoming, less the person she was. And I would have liked to see one that's like more the person she was, but still against us. Might have succeeded in its objective, plundered life force from other realities at the cost of untold destruction. Such a possibility shall I sing. We might give thanks for the path we were mercifully spared. I also do really like the established fact in this game that like the versions of the extremes you're playing are literally just him telling the story to other people. Like lore-wise, you're never actually supposed to be doing any extremes. It's totally just him telling his tale of what if this to other people. Okay, so he does still have songs. I guess it's only for the Minstrel's Ballad ones these days, not for all of them. Used to be for all of them. Even back as close as Endwalker, I think he had one of these songs for every single extreme. But I'm not sure of that. Light two rulers walk their paths in conflict lying. One bound to slay, one sworn to save. They're forged ahead untiring. Lying, untiring. That's a bit iffy. Memories of departed days, endureth fate and fetters. For keepers staunch a blessed warmth, oblivion for the breakers. Fetters, breakers. I think that's better than the first one, but not by much. New high-end duty has been added. What do we have? Uncouth custom. So that's role quests. This is a dungeon. I believe there's more. That's a dungeon. Intrepid New Enterprise is interesting. What is Intrepid New Enterprise? Is this like a Tataru thing? But I haven't heard anything about Tataru's grand endeavors or whatever expanding into Dawntrail yet. So what is Intrepid New Enterprise? Blue-garbed Pelu, huh? Oh, Hokali. Oh, is this the Allied Society? I think this might be the new Allied Society then. Should I start it today? Starting would not be that difficult, I don't think. But that could easily take about a half hour or so, and I really should get into the MSQ mostly today. Yeah. Skip this for now. I'll come back for this later. Some other stream. I still have this one too, don't I? Zomanique and Heritage found. Yeah, these are pretty quick. These are to unlock, like, the daily and weekly hunts. Basically, for some reason I don't already have them. Why is that not... Oh, that is weird. For some reason, holding down control isn't causing the Aetherites to pop to the front anymore. Was that a plugin thing? I don't think that was a plugin thing. I thought that was built into the game itself. Hold down control and the Aetherites, like, pop to the front of the map out from underneath anything else in their way. I thought that was default. So I'll just go ahead and pick up these daily and weekly hunts. Because they should be really quick, like 5 minutes if that apiece. There's something of a hero around these parts, our guardian angel. Just arrived when the tremor struck on the trail of some beast or other. Can't remember the details now, but I do remember that when the ground started shaking and Levin filled the air, it was she who guided us all to safety. Braved the bolts to drive back the beasts that were tearing up our farmsteads. Where is she now, I wonder? Last I heard, she registered with the Hunters, but that was years back. She'd probably be retired now, or... No, she's still with us. She has to be. I wouldn't remember her if she wasn't. Uh-huh. Should go and ask the facilitators at Resolution. Up in Solution 9, they keep a record of every citizen's location. Tell them you're looking for an old friend and they'll put you in contact. This is taking me up to Solution 9 anyway, so... That's good. I mean, that's where I was trying to go anyway. Praxis Park. I'm gonna finish up this one. I don't even think this is the weekly elite hunt. I think this is just another one of the dailies. Because these ones have a lot. All of these later ones have like 3 separate tiers of dailies and then 1 weekly. And I think I only unlocked 1 or maybe 2 of the dailies. So this should be the 2nd or 3rd daily, I believe. Sector, how may I be of service? friend in Napiquez. One of many, I'm sure, such an amiable soul. And such a shame about that injury forcing her from the field. Okay. What a career. I should think the better part of our data on the local fauna was collected by her and her followers. Followers who adore her to this day. I believe she was the one who introduced the idea of fighting with twin blades, too. Oh, really? And look how that's taken off. She was one of the ones who, like, created the idea of vipers, at least under the dome. Yeah, she didn't invent vipers, though, that's for sure. She probably just was a viper and brought that from Tuliolol. Because she definitely wouldn't have invented it outside. It's been around a lot longer than that, so she probably just created the idea of vipers among the Alexandrians. Sharing citizens' personal information is strictly forbidden as a rule. However, Napique left specific instructions that if any fellow Terali should come calling, we should send them directly to her. I shall. Registered domicile is in residential radius 914. Ever since her retirement, she spends most of her days sitting in the plaza watching the world go by. You know if you have trouble finding her. But if you do, please pass on my best wishes. So she got injured and had to retire from hunting. Oh yeah, I meant to go pick up the, oh well. I meant to go pick up another copy of the Viper top so I could store it away for glam purposes, but I really don't want to go back to Tuliolol now. Not when I'm here already. Maybe if the story sends me back that way, I'll do it, but I don't think I'm going to head back that way until I'm done with this MSQ. Wonder, aren't you? You've got the gate, the eye. Could see it a mom off. I mean, she's pretty old, though, so it's not surprising she's retired, even if she weren't injured. Bolo Gao. Now, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. You go tell him I'm as safe and well as I've ever been. Yeah, but, like, I ain't coming back. Just living out my life here. Shocked when the barrier fell, but what kind of viper would I be if I didn't try to make the best of a bad situation? Join the hunters, put my talents to use keeping the place safe. Till 10 years ago, that is, when my good hand finally gave out on me. Had to leave the front lines. Thought I was done for good, to be honest, but then Her Majesty came to me, gave me a new mission. Cataloging the beasts I no longer had the strength to kill. Gave me a new lease on life. Okay, so now she's just been, like, cataloging a bestiary. The barrier's broken. Is Bologa thinking of bringing the Dawn Hunt back to Yasilani? He is. Could you give him this? Yeah. So she's creating a bestiary for Solution 9, which is just an excuse to say that, like, she'll have a slew of beasts that need to be hunted for, like, to sustain the, like, predator-prey environment every week or every day for you if you want them. Tell him I'm still here. For 30 years I kept my vow. Okay, so it does want to send me back to Tuliolol. You know what? Let's go. I want to grab that Viper top anyway. So let's go ahead and head back to Tuliolol. The music in Tuliolol is so fucking weird, man. This weird, like, jazzy music they've got playing in Tuliolol is so strange. I mean, I like it, but it just is so odd for the environment. See you back safe. Any news on Napique? Yep. She's an old lady now. But she spent her, like, entire life hunting until she had to retire. Then it seems all the insanity with the dome hasn't dulled her passion for the hunt any. Notebook makes proof of that. 30 years of work. 30 years. I just can't get my head around it. I can count the hours since I last spoke with her, yet it's a wonder she can remember me at all. Still, I'm grateful she does. And if she needs my help hunting down some of the beasts, that's exactly what I'll give her. Go through this book and draw up bills for the nastiest critters in it. Bring the Dawn Hunt back to Yassulani, or whatever it is they call the place now. Still kind of Yassulani and Alexandria both. Be a while before folk can make their way past that barrier freely, so I'll be counting on you and yours to take the lead. Yep, bunch of adventurers to go deal with it for now. Some of these entries, there's a fair few fiends up there that are tougher than anything I've let you go after before. I'll see you're approved to take on advanced marks. Thanks, and good hunting. Yeah, so that should just be more dailies. Advanced hunt mark bills. Now able to undertake them. New quests and elite Dawn hunt mark bills. Yep. This seems bigger than it should be. There we go. Now, full stack of all these bills. The hunt goes on at level 100. Learn all about the deeds you've been doing for Wuklamont. Defending Valagarmonda's rampage wasn't impressive enough. You saved the city from those mechanical beggars, too. If there were ever any doubts about your abilities, they're well and truly answered. I'd like to ask your aid one last time. Join us in our most essential duty, seeking out and slaying those fiends most foul, those that pose the gravest dangers to our people. Sure, why not? You're through and through. Putting down marks like these is the very purpose the Vipers were founded for. It's no easy task, I can tell you. There are horrors out there, true horrors, Daral Vadral like Valagarmonda. Well, nothing you're gonna send me after is quite that bad. Plus, everything you're gonna send me after is gonna melt in seconds. Because everything he's gonna send me after is gonna be part of, like, A-rank hunt trains that are just gonna obliterate them in a fraction of a second once they get going. Creatures more akin to gods than beasts. We Vipers wander far and wide across the land that we might learn of these creatures, and one day in them. You remember Tiakat? She's been doing just that for decades now, and has come away with a long list of targets. If you're interested in finding out more about them, go and see her in Yaktel. Oh cool, so she handled all of the scouting of the A-ranks for us. Pequay was doing the same when she went to Yassulani. There's nothing you could call a Daral Vadral in her journal. Strange, I thought when they've shown up nigh everywhere else, makes me wonder if she mightn't have left them out on purpose. Huh. Pequay's a viper to the quick, you see. Nothing matters to her more than the people's safety. Separated from her fellow vipers as she was, perhaps she thought it best to leave such nightmares well alone. It's interesting. Much of you, but if you plan to return to Yassulani anytime soon, could you speak with her again? See if there's something she's not telling us, something we might be able to help her with. But also, definitely there are things in there that could have been categorized as Daral Vadral, because the hunt trains go through the Alexandrian areas. They go through Heritage Found and Living Memory and stuff like that. So there definitely are hunt marks in there. Like B and A and S rank hunt marks. One more thing from me. If she wants to come back, me and the rest of the Vipers stand ready to welcome her with open arms. She's an old lady now. She's kind of made a life there, but I'll see. Alright, back up to the armorer before I forget. Oh, I should grab a set of machinist gear, too. One of my retainers is a machinist. Physical DPS. I want the top. Let me double check. Oh, Jesus, that's huge. I mean, I think that's good. What's the Viper headpiece look like again? Oh, the hood. I don't know. I probably shouldn't get the hood. Having my characters face out when I'm doing quests and stuff like that, I think, is more important. What did I have this glammed over with? I don't know. Can't tell. Okay. Hands. Not really different enough from what I already have that I would care. I don't like the Viper bottoms. Those are the white ones, right? Yeah, I don't like those Viper bottoms. They're not my favorite. Ditch these and these. Yeah, I think the Crystarium ones work better as, like, slightly armored pieces. Okay, so just the top, honestly. Just the top. It's the, Oh, did I already pick up the entire... No, that's for Bard. Or Rider. Okay, that's Machinist. So I did pick up a set of Machinist stuff. I should probably give that to my... retainer. Actually, I should double check my retainer. I should see if my retainer is 98. No, 99? 99 yet. Because I don't think she was 99 yet. I think that's why I didn't bother to give her a set yet. Wait, Venture Report. Now she is 99, though. Okay, let's just confirm this then. And, actually, can I equip her from my armory? Attributes and gear. I believe I can. So if I were to give her... Sort. Not Bihu. Or Rider. And then I can send this to my inventory. Let me go ahead and pull all of this stuff off. And send it back to my inventory then. All of this old stuff that she had on. Which was all 90 gear. They don't have accessories, so I won't bother doing that. 4-rider boots. 4-rider breeches, 4-rider gloves, and 4-rider coat, which puts her to 635, and a pretty cool look for that. It's a pretty cool look. She needs better accessories, though. What did she pick up for me? That's also a 90, so that's not any better. Okay. And that's a 560. This is a 630. Alright, yeah, she's already got good enough stuff. Whatever. Why does she have pieces with materia in them? That's interesting. I wasn't aware that I gave her anything that had materia. Oh well. Anything else I desperately need? Those are 90s. Do I have any... I have picked up some accessories along the way here. I did pick up some accessories out of dungeons and stuff, but nothing high level too much, it looks like. Although that, I think, is Black Star of Aiming. That's a 98. Yeah, sure, she can have that. Augmented Credendum. Okay, so I don't need the Lunar Envoy one. And then, what have I picked up here? Black Star of Aiming. And I can get rid of this Anabaseos, right? These 640, 660. Okay. Get rid of that one. And a Vanguard, that's a 97. That's pretty good. 642, 646 total. Okay. So she ends up at 646 for now. If I can upgrade these accessories, I'll get her a nice one. But she can probably run just about anything right now. Just about any ventures she could probably run. I mean, yeah, she can run basically any venture that I have access to. Oh, no. There are a couple very specific ones that she can't run, but I don't really need her to run these for me. I think I'm okay without her running these. Yeah, I'm fine with her not running those. I usually send them on quick explorations anyway. I usually just run my retainers through quick exploration, because I'm generally not looking for anything specific, so I don't really bother. I'm very rarely looking for anything specific. Here, sell this aquarium. I don't need it. Oh god, that's not worth shit. Fine, I'm taking that apart. For experience. I'll bother resetting the prices to see what they're at later. Right now, I'll just set them off on new adventures. Did she seriously just get me the same exact thing as the other retainer? Last bracelet, slaying and aiming. Okay, slaying versus aiming, but otherwise, yes, the exact same thing. I'll decent this one. Oh my god, that window's huge. I can turn most of this in at my grand company. Let me pull the materials off of these. Can I not sell? These are market prohibited. Okay. So I can't sell them. Where's the other one with materia? There it is. Okay, that's it. The rest of it can go. Actually, no, Pioneer won't be able to be traded away. So I should just discard that. Pioneer is the old machinist artifact stuff, so I won't be able to trade that away anyway. All of that will. Yeah, all of that can be traded away, and this is going in my glam. Alright. Oh, it's down here. Okay. I'm still getting a little used to moving around Tuliolo. I've been spending so much time playing on my free trial character. I haven't actually spent a ton of downtime in between streams playing with this character. I really, for pretty much the whole time I've been doing the Dawntrail MSQ for like a couple months now, right? 2 or 3 months now. I've really only been playing on this character like when I came back to do MSQ streams. And maybe a little bit here or there, but not much. There we go. That's really the only change I want, for the most part. Oh no, I want Viper. Nope. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe. I don't have a lot. I don't tend to... I have a lot of, like, event items in my headpieces. Stuff that, like, you gather things from special fates to get, or things that are rare, or more interesting, or whatever, for the occasions that I intend to use them. But realistically, I don't use headpieces too often. I'll go ahead and use this, though. I can just turn that off if I don't want it at any point, and I won't use it most of the time, but it could be interesting to have, like, a mouth guard up for, like, when I'm in more dangerous areas doing hunts and things or whatever. Isn't portrait data with currently equipped here? Not display preview again. So, I'm interested, if I tell this thing not to display the preview ever again, will it automatically update my portrait every time, or will it not pop this up every time, and so when I update my portrait, it won't update? Like, it's great being able to update your gear set and auto-update your portrait. I like that as a feature. I don't want this popping up every time. I don't care for this to pop up every time. And so I would like it if I could just toggle this, and every time I hit this button, it automatically hits update on my portrait. But I don't know if that's what it does. If I toggle this, does it auto-update my portrait, or does it just not show this pop-up, and thus we go back to the portraits being garbage again because they never update properly? Let me see. If I do it this way, do not display preview, and then I do that, and that, it says the Viper was registered, but it didn't say anything about the portrait. And the portrait's out of date. Okay, yep, I have to let it display the preview. You have to let it display the annoying preview that you don't want to see so that you can update your portrait, rather than just saying, hey, when I hit update gear list, do you know what I obviously want to do every single time? And there's like almost no conceivable reason I would ever not want to do this. I want you to auto update my portrait. Like, in what universe, at what time, other than one very, very rare specific incident, maybe somewhere, sometime, right, would anyone ever hit update gear list and not want you to update their portrait for them? Alright, back to the hunt thing, and then back to MSQ. Actually, I should probably do MSQ while I'm here. Although ads are probably going to start again pretty soon. So maybe I should just focus on the hunt thing and wait. Boom, 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 boom. Apiqua, tell me where the really dangerous ones are, so I can come along with a hunt train of 50 people and blow them all up. Hunter from across the salt, what message do you have for me today? Bologal, you sentimental fool. I thank him for remembering me, but this is my home now. These people are my people. Lived here, fought here for the better part of my life. Stepping beyond that wall would be like stepping 30 years into the past. Yeah, too late. Well, I have fond memories of the place. I'm an old woman now. I've grown unused to change. Not to mention that... I didn't realize you had company. He's a friend of the cause. Let me introduce you. Loanyin Renuri. Hunters from beyond... The hunter from beyond the wall. These are, what would you call yourselves? My little helpers. My little helpers. Protégés, more like. Loanyin at your service. Studied the twin blades under Lady Napiqua, and I've been helping her conduct her census on the beasts of Alexandria. There we go. Renuri, I've been working behind the scenes with Oblivion, so I've heard a lot about you and your exploits. Even seen a few firsthand, albeit from the shadows. Excuse for why you've never seen this character that was part of an organization you were part of for a while. Piece of living memory, our team secured what we could from the databanks. Found a fair few things that brought a glint to Lady Napiqua's eye, I can tell ya. So they were able to get into the databanks after we defeated... After we put living memory down? Huh. Roll withdrawal, Asher. Oh. Huh. Bologard knew it. It doesn't do to draw too much attention to those fiends you haven't the strength to slay. From what Renuri tells me of your achievements, though, I shouldn't wonder if you and yours could succeed where we could not. Considering what we've done so far in the MSQ, yeah. Queen's Fiend charged me with chronicling her kingdom's fauna, and I expect there are many discoveries still to be made in its darkest corners. If you want to learn more, just ask these two. Ask away. Lunyin spends most of his time down in the outskirts, but I'll be here. Okay then. What are these? What's this new one? Message compact channel block terms. Okay, yeah, I should probably keep those showing then. Sure lie. My duty is far from over, so in answer to Bull Ogah's question, no, I will not be returning to Tuliolo. Let him know that I appreciate his kind words, and I'm only too happy to extend him the same offer to come visit Alexandria. Okay, that'd be interesting. Where is the newest set of techwear? I thought there was a new set of techwear, not the stuff we picked up from PvP, but a new set that was like here in Alexandria somewhere. I think it's supposed to be here in Solution 9 somewhere, but I can't remember if anyone ever told me where it was. I would assume it's in like the same area where I picked up my new motorcycle, but I think I checked there at the time and didn't see it, but maybe finishing MSQ unlocked some new gear there. There was the, like, new Alexandrian, like, Solution 9 techwear stuff, I believe. But I'm not sure where you get that. I wonder if it is here. I just had to get further in the MSQ before I could unlock it, maybe. Merchants and Menders. Battlecraft, Fieldcraft, Battle... It wouldn't be Battlecraft. This is all like Rakaznar stuff, yeah. Oh wait, is that? Hold a tick. Helm of Scouting. Oh wait, it might be. No, no. This is just the purple Ronkin stuff. Gemstone? I wouldn't be able to use the Gemstone Trader anyway. I haven't done a Shared Fates, and I don't think the Gemstone Trader has it because my friends have gotten access to it, and they have not all done all the Fates either. Augmented Archaea Kingdom stuff, no. Everkeep certificates and Everkeep Rain. Everkeep certificate, grade 1 import from high quality Archaea Kingdom items. You can get the Everkeep certificates. And then you use Everkeep certificate grade 1s in order to augment your gear. Where do you get Everkeep Rain from? Elixir blended in accordance with innovative Everkeep scientific. Nope. So you can't craft it. Oh, normal quality gear too. Okay, so you can take normal quality stuff. Everkeep certificates 1. You get 3 for those, or a lot more for high quality pieces like these. Okay, so you can get the Everkeep certificates, but I don't know where to get the Everkeep Rain. And I don't think it matters, or does it? Yeah, we are using the Archaea Kingdom stuff, so augmenting the Archaea Kingdom stuff would be nice. But I don't know where to get the Everkeep Rain. If that's even available yet. Don't know. But this is definitely not what I was looking for. Airwheeler, Gear Exchange, Tomestone Exchange. Maybe? Katsali Gear. Katsali Greatsword. Katsali Bardish. Sherlight Solvent. No idea. Katsali. Bending, maiming, striking. So none of this is what I'm looking for, even if it is the right thing, and I don't think it is the right thing. Scouting. Yeah, no, that's very different. Certainly not what I'm looking for. 730 stuff versus 710 stuff. So this stuff's strong. I don't know where to get these items though. But this is also not what I'm looking for. Bro, varnish, Pelu Pelu. Nope, nope, none of that. 720 weapons. So those are the new tomes. And Universal Tomestone. I'm not sure where you get those either. Okay, so that's how you get the Quetzali. Okay. The Quetzali stuff is the tome gear. Got it. Tomestones of Heliometry. Alright, Quetzali is the tome gear. That's why it's pretty strong. Aesthetics is Neo Kingdom stuff. I don't think that matters at all. Anyway, no. Also not what I'm looking for. Totem gear, Sublime Curiosities. Okay, whistles. So these are your... Oh, Surelight Glaze and Surelight Twine are from the Ordell coins. Okay, so that's the new raid. Got it. You use the new tomes that you do from like hunt trains and stuff like that in order to buy the gear, and then you use the coins that you're getting from the raids in order to augment it. Okay. Mica. Okay, this is the like specialty fate items. This is the trial weapons. So these would be not quite glowy. These are not all that important. Okay, none of that. Script exchange, collectible, no. Splendors vendor? I don't think so. Fieldcraft items, right? Yeah, no, these are just the mounts. Script, it shouldn't be script gear, I don't think. Oh, this isn't even all that good. This is not like the full set of the good script gear. This is like the individual sets for every class, and I don't care about that. Guns, brown cardamom. Nope, 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 nope. Mid-burn mounts. Nope, nope, nope. Nothing there. This is food. That was for a cutscene. Radina shouldn't have anything herself. She just runs all the other places. Yep. Collectible appraiser wouldn't be it. I've kind of checked everybody around here. All that's left is like the air wheel dealer, and that's nothing. Huh. I'll have to figure that out myself. I want to find out where the new like Solution 9 techwear stuff is. Nexus Arcade. I mean, there's a lot of different things in here that I never bothered to look at, that's for sure. But what I'm looking for is not here. Where else would you get it? Nowhere else in Solution 9 I can think of that's like... A new challenger appears. That would be Arcadian, almost certainly. Trial by Spire? What's Trial by Spire? Huh. Let me go find out what that is. Excuse me. I'm going to talk to the person and see what, like, the picture is to see if I can determine what this quest is. Eccentric Researcher. What if this is just another dungeon? Eccentric Researcher with an eccentric proposition. I have no idea what this is. Maybe a dungeon? I'll figure it out later. Alright, let's head back to Bologa and Tuliolo again. To finish up these hunt things. I would do the MSQ while I'm literally standing like right here next to it, but I'm reaching the point in my stream. I'm at 1 hour 34 minutes. I paused my last ad break a couple of times, so I should be hitting my next ad break within like the next 5 or 10 minutes. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do more side stuff until I finish the next ad break, and then I'll move on with MSQ. There's a lot of stuff in here I should work on more, and I really just haven't. A lot of the Let's Make Makey and stuff like that I just have not done, and I should. Oh, the Dawn Hunt vendor though. Sure like twine and sure like glaze. Okay. So you can get those here as well. No. Oh, there's the Brachiosaur. It's from a crap ton of hunt currency. Oh, cool. Yeah. My archive data from Twitter is ready for me now, finally. When you request it, it can take like 24 hours or more for them to actually get it to you. Apparently mine's ready now. So I can slip that into another program and like archive all of my old tweets and then just start fucking deleting all of my stuff off of Twitter. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Okay. I mean, there's some interesting stuff in there, but nothing I was looking for. Leave meats, random this, blah, 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 that. No. No. I wouldn't expect it to be here. The newest techwear stuff. It wouldn't be in Tuliolol. There'd be no reason for that. Materia. Random merchants would have random gear. Normal suppliers would have normal gear. Armor has artifact sets. Okay. No idea. I'll look it up on my own time, I suppose. Speak with Napiqua. It's good to know she has friends. I couldn't bear to think of her all alone up there. Piper lives to hunt that others might live to hunt another day. So the saying goes. Sounds like she's taken that message to heart, taking upon herself to train a new generation. Looks like you're her latest pupil. Luck be with you, and remember, whatever you do, don't get yourself killed. This looks too big as well. Yeah, that's plenty. Boop. And the latest hunt log, the actual B, A, and S ranks. Well, not S. I don't think these hunt bills ever go up to S. They rarely are A's, too, I think. I don't think they're very often A's, either. Alright. That should be enough of everything for now. Except my freaking ads still haven't run. Should I go start the, Beast Tribe? Oh yeah, the ad's gonna come up in about 3 minutes. You know what? Yeah, I will do the Beast Tribe. Why not? While I'm here. Get to the MSQ after the ads. I assume this is the Ally Society thing. I think it is. I think the new Ohokali one is supposed to be Ally Society. Meeting with him won't be so easy after all. Mablu said he'd be around here somewhere, though. Oh, Ash and the Adventurer, yep. Mighty warrior traveled the length and breadth of Tural, taking in his myriad sights, sounds, and smells, even those within the otherworldly dome. Savvy Hagley helped the third promise acquire a saddle worth 10 tel in the thousands column, despite starting with a mere 100. Money, 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 money. My inner abacus is clacking away. You're the missing piece I've been looking for. Oh, sure I am. Missing piece of my brand new enterprise, that is. Sorry about that, I got a little carried away. It's happy to finally meet you. Liplu, a merchant. Until recently, my business was bedclothes, all woven from the finest alpaca wool. Dear friend Mablu told me about you. I hear you gave her the nudge she needed to embark upon her journey as a peddler. Can't begin to thank you enough. Wait. Liplu? I'll straight to the point. I have a proposal for you today. How would you like to become a special advisor for a trailblazing tourism venture? Follow the Terali Travel Agency. Yours will be compensated for your time. Also be the first in line for all kinds of treats and trinkets. Not to mention a wealth of exciting experiences. You have to answer right away. Any of this has aroused your interest, please come and visit me in Okanu. We can go over the finer details there. I'll be waiting for you, along with the rest of my associates. Society quest accepted. It's so weird. It's just so strange, the, like, PCification of beast tribes. And I get a lot of them are a lot less beastly these days, and so it's a bit of a weird term to use for them, but, like, it's such a strange little thing that they're like, oh, we're not going to call them beast tribes anymore, we're going to just completely change the name of that whole mechanic. It's still weird. And I still constantly end up being like, hey, let's go do beast tribes today. But whatever. I haven't even checked the other zones to see if any new, like, crazy blue quests have popped up. Like, I did all the ether currents, but I'm wondering if more blue quests have popped up in the post-MSQ that just unlock other things. I haven't even looked at, like, any of these zones outside Tuliolol. Where? Oh, there. Okay. Ad break's going. So, yep, I'll finish up this Beast Tribe. Ally Society thing to unlock the new Ally Society, and then I'll probably head and start working on MSQ more. Yeah, just spending like an extra hour just sort of doing a bunch of the little side things that I've been ignoring and all that is nice to sort of just clear a couple things out. Alright, here goes. Oho Kali. Welcome to Kozama Uka. Oho Kali. Oh, Kali! Give him the whole oh, Kali. So goofy. Master the Hane greeting. I wouldn't expect anything less from someone who is so well traveled. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Liplu, founder of the Terali Travel Agency. With me and my brother, Yubli, and my Hanu associates. We'll be happy to explain the ins and outs of our budding enterprise. You're there for the Ascension ceremony, aren't you? Yeah, so they're just assuming a bunch of people from across the Salt are going to start showing up to travel. And get to know Taral. And Servant Woklamont spoke of growing to love her people all the more, as she got to know them better. As she wanted us to live with joy in our hearts and smiles on our faces. Well, actually, yeah, a travel agency, even for locals, would probably be a pretty good one, too. It seems like that's what they're starting out with, is not a travel agency from people across the Salt, but, like, people in Tyrol to visit other parts of Tyrol, right? And that would probably be good too, because there was a lot of like not intermingling among the zones too much going on. Where it certainly left their mark. Capital's residents are eager to learn about their fellow Tyrali, who in turn yearn to foster understanding. That and a lot of people who were born in Tuliolol, like, never left Tuliolol. So there's a lot of people who just don't really know what most of the areas of Tyrol are like. See it too, don't you? A unmistakable business opportunity. Well, it's precisely where the Tyrali Travel Agency comes in. We'll answer that burgeoning demand. Our goal is to help revitalize this community as it attempts to rebuild after the Great Storm. Promoting Kozama Uka as a tourist destination will provide a much-needed source of income for the region, and with it, all the benefits that follow. Of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation if we not consulted the Hanu beforehand. After much discussion, they kindly agreed to set aside a tract of land by Dr. Poga for development. Would you believe it? The villagers are flocking to join our staff. As if you said, the people are eager to learn about the fellow Tyrali, and we Hanu are eager to share our culture with them as well. Much as when you helped us to revive Hihana, we hope to welcome many outsiders into our home, that we may know one another better and enjoy each other's company. What better way to do so than to support this tourism initiative? Of course, tourism is an industry new to Tyrol. This is unfamiliar territory in many respects. People understandably have their concerns. Who better to assuage those concerns than someone who's roamed far and wide and met with countless Tyrali from all over the continent? There is that. I've done a lot of stuff all over this place. I've really been exploring this whole area. Core of our business is providing accommodations and guided tours for the local area. As we speak, Wukevu is putting his shipwright skills to use heading up construction of our base of operations by Doc Poga. From scouring foodstuffs to souvenirs, everything in between, working hand in glove with the good people of Okanu to make sure this venture benefits everyone involved. Still, there are a few things I'm worried about. The guided tours, for example. Visitors will journey here after making a reservation at our office in Tuliolol, and we'll have to guarantee their safety every step of the way. Yep, so this entire beast tribe, this entire allied society is going to be about me going across the roads and, like, hunting creatures down in order to, like, thin out the numbers and make it safer for travelers on the road. After all, we can't expect our customers to handle themselves like you can. That leads us neatly back to my proposition. How about it? Can we count on your help as a special advisor while the travel agency finds its feet? Consider yourselves advised, specially. Once propositioned, who am I to refuse? I like that one. Once propositioned, who am I to refuse? It's like, oh, that could be taken in such a different way. Knew we could count on you. Wonderful. Although I'm loath to put you to work straight away, I would seek your assistance. Guides have each devised a plan for our prospective tours. Based on our knowledge of our homeland, we benefit greatly from the input of a worldly traveler like yourself. Honest opinions only. Okay, so I'm going to take the guided tours and be like, yeah, this is interesting. No, this is boring. Could do this instead, kind of stuff. Deeply. Perhaps you could accompany us, and appraise the tours as well. I'll stay behind and oversee construction with Wukevu. An idea. Guides, please wait in your respective tour locations. Take Ashran to each of you in turn. That's interesting. I just noticed something that looks like scales on their legs of the Pelu Pelu. Is that jewelry, or do they actually have, like, scales on their skin? Yeah, she's got them too. You ready? Just say the word. Keen as the Hanu Hanu are to hear your thoughts. Let me see if she doesn't zone out, and I can, like, zoom in here. Yeah, see? Like, scales on their feet. That doesn't look like jewelry. Might be tattoos, but I don't think so. It looks like they actually have, It looks like it's actually raised up off the skin slightly. Not like a tattoo, but like scaling. But the design is a little weird. I don't know if it's supposed to be tattoos or natural scales. I know that her brother had them as well, so probably natural scales rather than tattoos, unless they just both have the same ones. Difficult to tell for sure, though. A sec. Now then, our 3 guides have planned 3 unique tours, so we will speak with them one at a time before proceeding to the next. Start by paying a visit to Genuhanu in the Fields of Gold, who I'm told wishes to showcase local industry with a focus on the village and reed fields. Let's go! Yep. And the village and the reed fields are interesting. Well, hello there, crazy chicken. That is one flashy turkey you got there, buddy. Oh, cool. The buns can actually wear the Viper hood. That's nice. They get so few hoods that and hats that work for them. It's nice that the Viper hood works for them. And he's definitely on the Ally Society quest too. Glad you're here. Almost couldn't bear the wait. Let me explain my concept for the tour. First and foremost, I see this as a chance for our customers to understand Wihanu. And we're better to learn that than right here among our reed fields. After all, reeds are at the very heart of our culture. Just cast your gaze across these lush fields and you'll get a sense of what defines us. That's enough about my thoughts. What do you think? I'd like to believe that this is a place those not of the Hanu can also appreciate, but... Oh, yeah. Reed shouldn't be the sole focus. No. Well, reed fields could be very boring for visitors unless he's willing to go into detail about, like, just how important the reed fields are and the fact that they use, like, ether, almost something akin to like summoning a primal to basically like regenerate their reed fields every year. Was it every year? Was it every like 10 years or something? I think it was every year they do Ihihana. If he talks about Ihihana during the guided tour, I think the reed fields could be very interesting. If he doesn't, it's a fairly boring thing to see, but I think he would talk about it. So yeah, I think they'll have keen interest on the reeds. Paddies are a unique part of the local landscape. Not everyone will have seen such a sight before. Perhaps you could also show them your villages, where they'll have a better idea of how the Hanu live. Yes, I think the plan is coming along nicely. To summarize, if we begin by guiding guests around the villages, they'll see how reeds are so tightly interwoven with Hanu culture. That way, they'll appreciate the precious resource growing in your paddies all the more. So excited about showing visitors our field, I hadn't considered that they might like to learn about the normal everyday lives of Wihanu too. Appreciate the suggestion. Consider also having a range of handicrafts on offer that visitors might purchase if so inclined. Perhaps a mix of practical household items and more esoteric trinkets, charms, and the like. I mean, yeah. Especially if while they're doing the guided tour of the village itself and showing how reeds are so interconnected to like everything in their culture, if they have local handmade handicrafts out of reeds and things like that, people would probably be interested in buying some of those along the way, and then they can show them the reed fields. Well, I'm thinking way too much in depth about this, much more than the game wants me to, that's for sure. But if we're doing this like an actual real-world guided tour, you would show them the village first, talking about how integrated all the reeds are to their culture, to their construction, to their heritage, to everything. Then take them through the reed fields, and then eventually end your guided tour sort of back at the village near sort of like a gift shop kind of thing where you would have a bunch of like trinkets created by the reeds that they could sort of buy at the end of the tour, not in the middle of it. Again, the game does not want me to think this deeply about this nonsense. Let's head for Breath Between next. Zeliali has proposed a walking tour of the river. Ought to be waiting for us there. That could be bad. I remember the river having, like, tons of enemies all over the place, so if he's gonna walking tour the river, I'm definitely gonna need to be doing Allied Society quests every day to hunt down and thin out the numbers of the creatures. I love my Tron motorcycle, it's great. It's so great. I lost track of time. My attention was whisked away by the endless waters of Kuuhage. Utsage? Uhage? No idea. Didn't already know Hage means big tongue in our language. If you aren't careful, you might find yourself slurped up and taken off by the current. I bet insights into the language like that would prove a hit with visitors. Glad you think so, but I'm still a little unsure of my plan. The idea is to guide guests along the river, explaining the language and local history as I go, but is that really enough entertainment? Water-related mishaps. Leisurely educational. How about working in a spot of fishing, too? Ooh, how about working in a spot of fishing, too? I see, offering an activity besides sightseeing is a wonderful idea. Take your advice, whatever form the tour takes, I want to make sure our guests leave completely satisfied. Be sure to confer with Liplu as I hammer out the details. So it seems like, yeah, it seems like if you say the right, quote-unquote, response during each of these, you give the next idea, they say thanks, and then you leave with Liplu. If you give the wrong, in big fucking air quotes, response to any of these dialogues, then Liplu is the one who comes up with the interesting idea to make it even better, and so you get a little extra dialogue because she has to talk to them and then back to her, kind of thing. But if not, then you just tell them, they say thanks to you, and then you and Liplu take off, it looks like. He sees Zenohanu. He's proposed a magical spelunking tour in which visitors can marvel at the natural beauty of the world beneath our feet to Cave Kikitola. Oh, Kikitola was pretty interesting as far as I remember. I'll have to try again. It's been forever since I was here in the MSQ, man. It's been like 2 months since I was here in the MSQ. I do remember this cave being pretty interesting. Yeah, with like the wisps and stuff in here. I don't think there's anything aggressive in here either. I mean, there's some creatures in here, like the wisps, but I don't think there's anything aggressive in the caves. So it could be a nice, interesting tour through, like, these glow moss and lichen caves with waterfalls and stuff like that. I could see that being an interesting tour in the real world, so... And we don't even have wisps. We're starting to feel lonesome waiting for you to arrive. Let's get straight to it, shall we? If Kikitola is the source of many minerals and medicinal ingredients. Generations it's been held as a sacred site of healing. I'm sure visitors will be enamored with the cave's natural beauty, but the route here from the villages is long and arduous, and the interior is rather dark. Here it might not be a suitable reward for the challenge of simply getting here. Given its symbolic importance, I think it's splendid. Visitors could try their hand at collecting medicines and minerals. More concerned about all the fiends. The cave's alright. There are fiends nearby, but the ones inside the cave are very natural in nature. Like I said, wisps, things that aren't normally aggressive unless attacked. Right? They could try their hands at gathering things for, like, medicines and minerals and things like that. People love, like, collecting little rocks and things when they're on tours that are interesting, or little minerals and things like that, even in the real world. So being taught sort of like, here's some of our medicinal plants as well, and here's what they're good for, and people can like collect them as they go along the tour as well, could be interesting. Of course, with any such plans, respect for the cave and its significance for the Hanu would be paramount. Souvenirs we acquire on our journeys can be quite near and dear to us. I think visitors would love to take a piece of the trip back home. The villagers could make use of any surplus materials as well. But as Inohane said, the cave is somewhat remote. We can't discount the possibility of tour groups running afoul of fiends on the way here. Yes, that's the thing. That is true. On the way to the caves, they could run into some fiends. We'd be better off reserving this course for more seasoned travelers. Say the two of you are full of fine ideas. Starting to get excited. Just give me a little longer and I'll have my plan ready. Like, save this particular excursion for people who've done some of the other trips and are visiting for whatever, their second or third or whatever time, and in larger groups, so you don't take out a couple of people. You only really do this one when you have, like, large numbers of people scheduling for this guided tour at the same time and take them out together as a big group. Would scare some fiends away. And then send idiots like me out to go hack and slash every day. And we'll clear the roads a bit. All 3 proposals from our guys. Sure, you're tired after all that traipsing around, but let's get back to Okanu, shall we? Yeah, this is actually taking a while. I'm not surprised. It wouldn't surprise me at all if the newest Allied Society takes a while to get through the intro quest. They're often like that. But I didn't want to start with the MSQ stuff while I was sitting there like a minute out from an ad running, so... Taking up so much of your time. She helped address the guide's worries and brought some excellent suggestions to the table. While we were out there, a question I've been pondering came to mind. What exactly is it that we're selling with Trolley Travel Agency? It's not as simple as peddling produce or providing a service. If we're unsure, we'll have a hard time enticing customers. For the longest time, I couldn't pinpoint the answer. Hearing those proposals made it crystal clear. We're in the business of ephemeral experiences. I mean, that's what guided tours and stuff like that's all about. It's about memories more than physical things. Responsibility to curate every moment of a visitor's stay and ensure they leave with wonderful memories that last a lifetime. Well, our customers will be sure to fall in love with Kozama Uka and its people. This freaking sound effects every time. So bad. Ding! Practically hear my inner abacus clacking away. Provided we hold fast to our principles and remember that we're here to serve our customers above all else, I'm confident they'll have no qualms about parting with their hard-earned pell. Trolley Travel Agency will be synonymous with experiences both exceptional and unforgettable. I have to drive that message home when I promote our enterprise in the capital. Then there's the matter of making sure the benefits outweigh the burdens for the Hanu. There's so much to do. For all that, how about we take a look at our soon-to-be-built base of operations near Dokpoga? Knowing my brother and Hokevu, I dare say they've made remarkable progress already. Ooh, an XP boosted fate. Not that it matters. It's best to run those XP boosted fates when you have a twist of fate waiting for your next fate to be run, right? And I don't really want to take time out for fates today anyway. I can run shared fates on my own time. Apparently they're ready to start construction. The blueprints have been finalized and all the materials are at hand. Once the work is finished, the countdown really begins. Here's hoping for satisfied customers and, more importantly, happiness for all involved. Be they Hanu, Pelu, or adventurer extraordinaire. Wonderful to have you on board. Work together and make this a stunning success. Oho Kali. What do you say we get this thing built? Huzzah! Whole new village. Construction work on the Torelli Travel Agency complete. Liplu and her associates have their eyes set on establishing Kozama Uka as a top tourist destination. Yet a host of challenges remain before the girls can be realized. Special advisor is your duty to offer support and guidance as they embark on this exciting new enterprise. Nice signage they have out front. I like it. Torelli Travel Agency, Society Quests unlocked. Raptor friendly. Pelu Society Quests are now available from Ubli at Dokpoga. You may now purchase wares from Pavel. Oho Kali. Pelu Proponent 1. Pelu Society Quests, okay. Oh, Kali! So stupid. I love all the goofy emotes that you get for these society quests, man. Alright, what's Pelu Exchange got? Dark Matter and Giesel Green so far. They'll get more as they level up, obviously. I don't need a fucking steel plate. Why would I ever need that? The rest of this I'll hold on to, I suppose, for now. Gonna send these to my grain company. Okay. They'll get more eventually. Let's see what the Pelum exchange has, because that'll probably tell me what they would get eventually. No, this is all just materia. Okay. That doesn't really tell me what they're going to get eventually. As they rank up, they'll get more things. Is this a new aetherite? Yeah, that's a new aetherite. I thought so. I was looking at this and I'm like, they build a whole new village with an aetherite? And yep, that's what they did. They built a whole new village with an aetherite. Dokpoga. So actually, allied societies can be a decent way for the developers to sort of introduce new aetherites in a zone if the zone is sort of a little low on aetherites. I didn't specifically think Kozama Uka was like missing any aetherites. It felt okay to travel around Kozama Uka, but like that could be a way that they could get more aetherites into a zone that like players are just like, dude, there's not enough aetherites in this zone. I'm constantly having to teleport in like here and then fly out to here to do things kind of zones, you know what I mean? It's perhaps a little late to introduce an allied society into Kurthus West, but like it's an option. The other option is they just drop an aetherite into Kurthus West or zones like that. Just drop one in with an update and don't bother explaining it at all. I'm sure most players wouldn't care. Most players probably be fine with that, as long as they had a new aetherite there that could help them out a little. That being said, I don't know where exactly you drop the aetherite in. Like, Kurthus West is always the one that comes up to me because it's always been like one of the earliest and it stuck with me ever since then, and it's one of the like most blatant ones of like The single aetheryte in Kurthus West is in the very bottom southwest corner of the map. So literally anything you want to do in Kurthus West usually requires you to teleport to that aetheryte and then fly for like 10 minutes in any direction to get to where you're actually going. That's a pain in the butt, right? So it's sort of always stuck with me. There are other zones that have the same problem, but that's the one that always stuck with me. And it's like, if you did just drop one into Kurthus West, I don't know where exactly you put it. Because there isn't really another town. I mean, you could maybe put an aetheryte down in the area with the Lancers and that squadron that's there, but that wouldn't help the situation much. Because, yeah, that'd put 2 aetherytes in the zone, but really both of them would mostly be in the southwest corner of the map at that point. There isn't really, like, a village anywhere else in Kurthus West that would work. I guess you could put an aetheryte in the bombed-out remains of that ghost town in Kurthus West. It's a little weird that the aetheryte would still be there, still functioning. I guess maybe they had an aetheryte before the village was destroyed, and it's still just there and still working. I guess that could be an excuse. And that would at least put an aetheryte on kind of either corner of the map. That would put one in the far east and one in the far southwest, at least. Or, of course, there's the other option that for almost 10 years now, they've ignored the fact that they only have one aetheryte in that zone, and they're just going to keep doing that and pretending like it's perfectly fine. I suppose that's the other option. It's just don't do shit. And just be like, yeah, well, that's how it is. Well, hello there. What is this? Something stray in the neighborhood. Something stray in the neighborhood. Sigh of relief at the sight of you. Is this a dungeon? I don't know what this would be. Huh. We'll need to look at what are the dungeons soon. Anyway, MSQ. Before I end up in another situation where another ad is about to pop and I don't really want to progress MSQ story cutscenes. Gennel Shale. Nope. These people have anything back here? Nope, just story stuff. The fact that Gennel isn't involved in any sort of construction of anything is interesting to me. Like, all of Geralt's weird frickin' doppelgangers on other reflections seem to be associated with, like, relics and artifacts and stuff like that. The fact that he doesn't do any crafting stuff at all is surprising to me. That's not to say he won't in the future. Maybe they will use him as, like, a guy that works on... Well, not the artifact set, because they sold that to you in the village, just like they did in Endwalker. They just had a merchant that sells the artifact sets. So maybe relics? Maybe when we get the next tier of relics, he'll be involved in it. Because our Geralt is, and, Grenalt? I think his name was Grenalt. Don't quote me on that, though. In Shadowbringers was artifacts. He was not relics. But, like, they're pretty much always associated with, like, big, fancy blue whatever gear, right? Alright, Galulja, what do you got? Thanks for inviting the people who murdered your former regent to your former regent's funeral, Galulja. I'm sure no one will have a problem with that. You for the funeral. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. How have you been? Been a while since my last visit. Just a couple days. Shale's always teaching me new things. I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Oh, tiny baby Galulja is so goofy. Just as always, I see. By the way of a treat, I've brought you gâteau au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Cake! Thank you, Lamenti. Recalling I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to departed. It's the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. All the worlds used to be one. The practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, would you say? Yeah, so the ancients might have done it too. Possibly. I'm not sure what the custom would have been for the ancients when it came to a funeral, because the ancients didn't naturally die. Like, when an ancient would have a funeral, if they even had funerals at all, it'd probably be more of a moment of celebration in a lot of ways than of, like, mourning. Because ancients had no natural lifespan. They'd long since, like, technologically or spiritually or whatever you want to call it, gone past that. Ancients only died when they decided that their work towards the betterment of the star was done and they chose to pass on. So it'd be interesting to see what their version of, like, funeral rites is. I can just craft any of those foods for myself if I want them. Gulul Jaja has been added to the Unending Codex. Alexandria mourns. Oh, a bunch of stuff was just added to the Codex. Flowers are being handed out at Praxis Point. Oh, my freaking ventures. This is the reason why I want my damn plugins back. It's stuff like burning out toast notifications so they aren't popping up in the middle of my screen when I'm trying to watch MSQ cutscenes or stuff like that. Stuff that I don't care about. I don't need you to tell me that my freaking retainer is done with a venture. That's fine. I don't care. I'll get back to it when I have a chance. I'm thinking of heading over there now. I'll join you. There's a man I would speak with, Gosan. He was apparently Sven's aide and the one who sent us the invitation. Wait, Sven's aide sent us the invitation? Isn't that weird to anyone else? Let's go. It seems weird that someone who is not like a friend or ally of ours in the fight against Sven, but someone who is like just her aide, is the one who sent us the invitation. That seems sus as shit. Which, given that this entire freaking second half of this MSQ, ever since we first met Sven, was defined by these people are sus as shit, is pretty fitting, honestly. Where are we going? Praxis Park, right? Yeah. All the way across. Was it True? No, not True View. Informate? No. Resolution. That's the one at Praxis Park, is Resolution. I think I need to try moving this. Give me just a sec. Moving something around. Please, 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 please don't break anything in my computer while you're up here. Ah, dang it. It's hitting a bunch of buttons that I don't want it to hit. Okay. Let's get rid of that and back into the game. And let's move this around a little. Maybe here. No, maybe not. Maybe here. Okay, I don't think I broke anything on my computer moving that around. That does feel better from there. I'm not pulling the cable as much. Yeah, I think that'll work better. I'll test it for a while. Love seeing all the little gentle bean parkas and stuff like that. It's goofy. Are you the Holy Diplomat of Tuliola? Thank you for sending us an invitation to Queen Sven's funeral. Honored, truly. I'd seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. Oh, good, because I've never seen you before, and apparently you're super important to Sven, but no one ever met you. Gosan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Okay, then. We get our flowers here. Yes, Your Majesty. Flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators? See, that's sus as shit. If they're gonna say regulators are necessary. Sure, they're not a requirement. Good. We're aware your people do not use them. People in Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their person when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. Black regulators, huh? We have to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we are able. Okay, so what's the sus bullshit that these black regulators are actually going to do then? Regulator, I know. The important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. Proceedings will soon begin in the plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower. Alright. Yeah, it's really strange to me. Suddenly these new regulators at her funeral, that they're like, oh, people should wear them. The fact that they didn't enforce that everyone had to wear them makes it a little less sus, but still, this new type of regulator out of nowhere suddenly during her funeral. The technology that screws with people's memories. I mean, they've made a lot of them. Pretty much every single extra that I've seen depicted so far is wearing a black regulator. So they've made a lot, even if they haven't made enough for everyone.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands.
Mm-hmm.
Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us?
Murder. Lots of murder.
Hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies.
Oh, sorry, he's talking about the old Alexandria. Yeah, no. How do we overcome the barriers between us at this day and age? I murdered both of your regents. That's how we did it. In the old days, I don't know, something or other.
You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together.
And there's something I want to change, but I'll wait till after the cutscene at least. Yeah.
Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us.
I wonder if it's something like that.
So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow.
Every fiber of my being with these new regulators is telling me to be very suspicious about them completely. And now every line of dialogue he's speaking is making me be like, I wonder if that's what's going to happen. I wonder if that's what's going to happen. Because like when he's talking now, I'm wondering if the regulators are going to like delete the horrible things that Sphene did and leave only good memories, and the people will maybe just like hate us because they think we just murdered their queen for no reason or whatever. Like, they won't delete all knowledge of her existence, but they might delete all of her, like, horrible crimes.
Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Okay. You see, that made him seem much less sus, in a way. The idea that he seems sort of dour about it, like he doesn't have a plan for the future of how to make everything right or whatever, made it seem less sus. Like, he's just, like, trying to do his best for the people. Hmm. Band. Oh, wait, I should also get rid of that message, right? How do you get rid of the message? Or did it already? Okay, yeah, it did already get rid of the message. I'm just able to see it on my end, that's all. I don't know what the point of that message is. I don't get it. It doesn't even seem like it's really trolly. It just seems like, here's a random stream of shit I can post in this new chat. But the fact that it's a repeated, like, copy-pasta message is just like, this is dumb bot stuff, that whatever. Nope.
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
No, it's called death. And you've been having your memories of it deleted your entire life, so it's a new concept to you.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going
No.
to be sad forever?
No. No. You generally don't just forget the people that move on, that die, but life goes on. It always does. No matter how much they meant to you, life goes on.
What will happen indeed? Everything that
Welcome to morning.
We owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
Nut up for your people, that's how. You nut up and you do your best for your people.
So clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
No, you'd just be delusional. All these people are like, I might feel better about the future of our realm, but you'd probably do almost nothing to make the future of your realm a better place. By not even remembering that people die, it's impossible to, like, learn from your own history if you're just forgetting all of it all the time.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
Here in uncertainty, Jesus.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yorkui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It
could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about
But you'll be
that.
able to remember her. At least you have
I wish
that.
I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
Yeah, hopefully. In some way that won't take us multiple bits of MSQ and whole other threats to face.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead?
Remember.
I
don't mean to disrespect their entire culture right away, but
every time I
remember.
think of him,
Absolutely.
it hurts.
That's part of the process, kid. It sucks, but it's part of the process.
It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad.
Like, believing that they never existed removes most of the sadness, but it also removes any memories you had of them. I get it. I get it. It gets rid of the initial sadness. Short term, maybe it's better to forget, but long term, you don't remember all the great times you had with a person that way.
But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
What's it gonna do? Yeah, the fact that they're zooming in on those freaking black regulators as well is telling me, like, yep, something's absolutely going to happen with them. I don't know what yet, but they're gonna do something weird and sus and all that. Sussy. Very sussy. Yeah, like, you just had to have a close-up of the black regulators. Uh-huh, sure. Oh, crap, I don't even remember what I was planning on doing right now. Shit. I was like, there's something I want to do, but I'll wait until after the cutscene, and now I've forgotten what I wanted to do. Oh, no, now I remember. Okay, there's something I want to change in my streamer bot really quick. Give me just a second. Stream offline. Action. What was it? The add message. Support. Core actions? No. What the hell was it? Action support state okay, action disabled. Also, welcome into the stream. Just sec. Recent, no, not core. OBS, no, that wouldn't be it. Oh. Excuse me a second. I just have to pester my FC even though the buffs are already back. I love that. They take away the buffs and in the like 10 seconds it takes them to put them back on, it's just like, my buffs! Just screaming. Just pester the FC about it. You know what? I could just duplicate this one. I'm gonna bite you. We'll duplicate this one. Do add message disabled. Stream online. I want to do action enable core timer. Let's do timer. Or is it delay? No, it's delay. Delay is in milliseconds, which I hate that delay is in milliseconds because I always struggle to remember this. I think milliseconds is 1,000 for a second or 100 for a second. 100 should be like centiseconds, which I don't think anyone ever uses. I think milliseconds is 1,000 for one. Sleepy time for you. Enjoy MSQ. Hope your stream goes well. Take care. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Michael. And have a nice rest. And more of this stuff to come in the weeks to come. More role quests. I still need to do Arcadian. I still need to run the post-MSQ dungeons, the optional ones. Plenty more things to go with Dawntrail. I will see you later. Have a good night. Let me check another delay really quick. Set core time every... No, increment. No, that's wrong. Okay, delay random between 180,000. So yeah, it's got to be 1,000 a second, because that would be... No, wait, that would be 180 minutes. No, that'd be 180 seconds. It's 1,000 for a minute, I think. No, because it wouldn't be 180 minutes. It would be like 180 seconds. Would be 3 minutes to... Really? 180? You know what? I should just do this again. I hate doing this. I should be able to calculate that myself. Milliseconds. 10 minutes is 600,000 in milliseconds. 10 minutes should be enough. Yeah, 10 minutes should be enough. That'll get me past my intro screen and into my stream, and then it's 10 minutes is more than enough for the next ad break would be like the 30-minute mark, so 600k. Got it. Stream online. Delay. 600,000. I believe. And then duplicate this action. And do add messages. Or add message. Okay. Sorry. I'm fiddling around with my local bot on the back end to try and change a little something. These messages are still using that one. That's why. Why do I not have a better timer? I created another timer at some point, didn't I? That's weird. I did create another timer. Where's my timers then? I don't know. 2030. Yeah, it's doing 0 lines. That's part of the problem. I don't know why this timer didn't stick. Interval is in seconds. 60 in a minute. So 10 minutes would be 600. So 30 would be 1800. And 40 would be 24. And half would be 300. So 2700. And at least one person chatting. There we go. I should set it a little better. Sorry, messing around with my bot on the back end real quick to try and make things work a little bit better. There we go. Was that a... Yep, it was. I saw it out of the corner of my eye when I looked over there. Mosaic. Downhearted Youth. Usher's Lament. Huh. Delia. There's someone with cards. I'll be back for those later. Nothing real special here. Okay, from time to time, let's drink coffee. Yeah. Nope, we're back in the commerce sector, so there's nothing new there. I've already checked like everything in the commerce sector for the techware, and I couldn't find it, so it's not here. I really don't remember where the Alexandrian techware is. I think we already have access to it. I don't know where to get it, though. Pretty sure somebody told me at some point, but I've forgotten. Little John, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Oh my god, are we gonna find out about the woman who is actually willing to sleep with Zoral Jaw? That's insane. Search system for information. Okay, add again. Oh well. Information on residents, but the only mammal jaws she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. I mean, there could be. There's some weird experiments that we've seen before. Let's try looking again. It's hard to explain. I'm not sad, but I feel like I'm missing something. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know my mother. And that's what you want. And I'll help you. Huzzah. I mean, unless he was the product of some kind of weird experiment or something, but if that were the case, that would imply Zoral Jaw, like, wanted him for some reason, and then somehow decided he would make a terrible father and threw the kid away. That seems, that seems a little too at odds with what we've seen from Zoral Jaw when it comes to Galul Jaw so far. So I assume he must have an actual mother out there somewhere. But who? I don't know. Because they're right, I haven't seen any mammal jaw here. It's honestly kind of strange that there were no mammal jaw in Yasulani. They're pretty much around everywhere, but I guess I haven't really seen any mammal jaw up north, but there are so many down south in like almost any zone and in the main city that I'm surprised there were none in Yasulani. Can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. Not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. Retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. Thank you, everyone. Alright. Let's see what we can find out, if this kid has a mom out there somewhere. And if so, why was she crazy enough to sleep with Zorljaw? Because that's insane. Beyond how you may proceed with your investigation. Neither memories nor records of Gululjaw's mother remain. We must cast as wide a net as possible. It's just we split into groups. If you can make inquiries outside in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Go talk to people. Again, it's not working. Why is that not working? It's so weird. Control was working occasionally, but now it just won't for some reason. It was working earlier. So strange. It was literally not working to pull the Aetheryte to the fore early in the stream, and then I did it at one point, and it did it. It pulled it to the fore, and then now it won't again. Sorry, there's an S rank. There's an S rank up. Atticus, the primogenitor. I zoned in, and it's like, you sense a powerful mark, and it's like, oh, S rank. I know what that means. Look at all those tanks. So many tanks. I'll just go ahead and straight into my whole kit, rather than trying to build up my 2 buffs first. Ow! One shot. And no healers in the group. Not a one. Oh well. Just one shot me instantly. Oh wow, someone actually picked me up from another group. That's impressive. You have been rewarded. Dawn of a new S, bring your S game, yeah, all that stuff. Tomestones of Aesthetics, Heliometry, Prisma Cluster, a Nova Cluster. Okay. Not bad. 50. Oh man, I'm way over capped on my PvP stuff. Should go sell that at some point. Go buy something at some point. Alright, back to the story. S mark down. Get back to the friggin' MSQ. Interesting tree. I never really took a look at the tree from up here. Or is that new? No, that doesn't seem new. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention to them because I hardly ever looked up while I was just running around. Or are they? They do look very like... I don't remember seeing these at all before. Are they new? I've heard of a mammal jaw woman living in these parts, much less one connected with Zoral Jaw. I had better luck talking to the people over at a Tonoalton settlement to the north of Everkeep in a place called Ueyaota. So his son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another. So the story goes. Remember correctly, their chief's name was Kaneloka. She's a middle-aged man. Has taught you about Zoral Jaw's devoted. Yeah, I just don't recognize these trees. I wonder if they're new to the zone, maybe with her funeral, but that seems weird that they would do that. Maybe I just missed them before, wasn't paying attention. Mammaljaw woman. Oh, Gluljaw's mother. Can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zoral Jaw, and then only what my father told me. So that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, a Thrall Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zoral Jaw assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It's interesting to hear the king's feat in the past. Okay. Taught you a bit about a battle with a Thrall Vidral, huh? Huh. Weird. The idea that he went through all this stuff beforehand is surprising. I figured he came through and almost immediately became their king, because I figured he made the deal with Sphene and came through and just became king immediately. I'm a jaw woman. There people have never been a common sight around here. Last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolol after the mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. Alright, taught you about a Mammaljaw woman. Apparently there was one around here around the time the dome came down, but no idea if she still was here. Also, no idea if she bothered to hook up with Zoral Jaw, but I mean, someone had to. Backer rooms. What have you guys found out? Lal told me he previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. Zoral Jaw brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yassulani, among whom was a female Mammaljaw. His mission was to rid the region of a Thrall Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis in Ueyaota he resolved. Okay, so this would have been before the dome, it sounds like. It sounds like he brought a group of Landsguard to the villagers that were actually living in Yassulani back in the day. And they took down a Thrall Vidral. And then pretty soon after that, he must have gotten onto the competition. Or maybe that was after the competition, but before he found the Golden Gate. Right? So the troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts. They could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. Yeah. I've heard stories about the settlement of Yaota. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zoraljah made regular visits. He required secrecy. A location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mammaljaw woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. What could Zoraljah have been doing in that village? Well, apparently he was fucking. Like, at least a bit. Can I answer that question? He was doing the devil's tango. I retraced Zoraljah's steps. Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Orogenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep per the king's direct order. First I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the king's jurisdiction. Apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. Need to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So we looked into transportation records. There it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Yaota. Far too large for a mere village. Hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's like the facility has been decommissioned. I think Yaota is a dungeon. I think I've been hearing that name in association with a dungeon recently, so maybe this is a non-optional new dungeon in this 7.1? That'd be interesting. I just assumed all the other dungeons that were around up to this point were all going to be optional ones that I just, like, bypassed. I think that's where my mother was. Can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. Amazing. Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure this all out. I mean, yeah. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. Even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. I wonder if this is going to be almost like the future of Alexandria and Solution 9. Is like a group that will get together to try and use physical details to sort of like bring back memories of the people they've forgotten over the years, just like their movements in the world and that these people did exist and they did these things and all that. Since they have no actual memory of them. See the facility in Yaota, right then? This time I want you to come along, Zoraljah. But, like, stay back a little bit, kid, because if this is really a dungeon, just wait for me to clear it out first. So on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the drift downs. Thank you, Shael. I mean, the kid's able to talk now. He talks to a lot of people now. Back to the outskirts. Into the drift downs and into, I think, a new dungeon. That'll be interesting. Maybe I'll see if anyone else in the FC wants to pop in to run the dungeon with me. If not, I'll just run it probably duty support then. Clever cargo will take us across the lake. Never been over there before. I'm like slipping deeper and deeper into my chair as I'm doing this. I don't know about this new pad that I'm sitting on. It works okay, but I do kind of slip further back and deeper into the chair as time goes on and need to sort of rearrange myself from time to time. It's pretty comfortable though. Still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. You'll likely encounter dangerous beasts. The rest of us will go first. Yep, dungeon. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful, everyone. Uayota Fields. Or field station. Okay. New dungeon. Yeah, there's a few people on. We'll see. They're probably busy with other things, but we'll see. What else can we work on? Anything in here? Nope, there are a couple bits of the map I still don't have. I can snag them real quick. Got all that. The other one's on the other end. Okay. It's over here. How high up can I go here? Yeah, I can clear the wall. Good. Lamp's taking a real quick break, but we'll come and run it with us. Boom. Mapping the realm. Heritage found. Alright. That takes care of this. What else do we have? Sussy's fuck. Yep. Shaloni. I've already got. Vanguard is not. Origenics, Uyota. Nope. Yoktaral. Okapacha. I've got. You know what? Let me just yoink for a second. Ozama Uka, done. Yaktel, still not quite. I do need to grab one in Yaktel. Oh wow, I used an Aetherite ticket. Oh, that was a pretty long one. I'll go ahead and queue us up. Yuyota Field Station. Instant pop. Okay. It's nice to get groups together that'll run the stuff with us. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is interesting looking. Huh. Yueyota Field Station. Wow, look at these freaking... Jesus. Talk about an ethereal imbalance, man. Everything in here is lightning aspected to the fucking nines. May as well go ahead and snack on some food. Get myself some decent stats. Oh. I freaking love my enshroud, man. My trance. It's great. The Viper is a lot of fun. And a mentor too. Alright, we'll do it this way then. Probably make sure I'm pulling these up again. I should keep better track of my bus. I don't keep good enough track of my bus to know my rotation well enough to know when I need to refill them. I lost track of that for a second there. It's interesting how they're really working to control the flow of your pacing in here. Like, Luco can't really wall-to-wall this one because they're putting those logs in our way until you've cleared the logs, so you can't, like, pull more than about 2 packs at a time. Caber toss. That looks like he's gonna launch it. Okay, no. It's spread out like that. Okay. Okay. That was interesting. Not exactly what I was expecting. With Caber toss, I figured... Well, that's what I figured was gonna happen with Caber toss. Holy crap! Okay. Oh boy. Oh man, that's what I thought was gonna happen with Caber toss, but it took him a second to get there, but he did it. I figured Caber toss, he's gonna chuck it over his shoulder, right? Scores a charge. Or at least it was. Okay, no, he went into the ground. Got it. Oh, raw electro. Barking Fissure. Okay, it's just arena wide. Okay, he's doing the same thing with this one. Oh, he's actually going to open up a path so I can get behind him for this one, too. He actually opened up a positional for me that was perfect. Nice. I lost a couple of GCDs there, but otherwise, that was pretty good, that positional was there. Ooh, and down. Ooh, you got the code of scouting, huh? That's somewhat interesting looking. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I might be able to make something out of that. I didn't notice whether it was dyeable or not, though. I first conceive of transferring a beast soul into a person's body. Interesting lore going on here. Wait, is Galuljaw just following us? Oh, he totally is. I did not pay attention to the fact that Galuljaw's literally just following us. Like 5 feet away while we're fighting monsters. Oh wow, these people got real messed up by the research. Why do I get the feeling his mama is gonna be our final boss of this dungeon? And they got real messed up by their research. Whoops. Considering that this place definitely seems to be a research place for, like, using beast souls, and how the researchers are all these horrible, like, zombie monsters. I think I know what happened to your mom, kid. Overseer Canaloka. Oh, well, that's Canaloka there. I guess they didn't say that Canaloka would have been specifically the kid's mom, just that Canaloka was like the leader of the group that followed Zoraljaw. Wow, that was actually surprisingly amazing dodging of AoEs on my part there. I was sure I was gonna get hit by something there while I was also a GCD attacking at the same time and not really letting my GCD slip or anything. I was sure I was gonna get nailed by something. But I somehow managed to dodge through all those AoEs. Oh, crap. Ah! Missed that one, though. Really screwed that one up, though. Just kept messing that one up. No matter how many times I tried. Let's see if I can keep this going. Still not too bad at dodging them. It's the weird, like, mess up my brain mechanics that got me. But the basic AoEs, I'm doing pretty good at staying out of. Crap. Whew. There we go. That worked well enough. Storm? Whoa. Like an eternal storm? This is crazy. What is going on in this zone? And it looks like a storm of, like, earth ether. Could they have been messing around with different kinds of ether to try and, like, change the ethereal whatever of the zone? I thought Zoral Jaw would give a crap about something like that. Bring the sprightly mole back to Luco. Somehow I pulled him off of her, and I don't know how. Just drag him back so she can AoE him. Something's wrong. Don't rush ahead. Oh, man. Okay, so the whole area is exploding all the time, too. Great. build these up again. Again, I think I'm using them more often than I really need to. Alright. And... so what happened to Galulja's mom? Well, maybe not. Maybe. Bunui. Overdraw. Luna Piatti. Bunny. Go boop its snoot. Go boop its snoot. Go boop the bunny snoot. Must boop the snoot. Sorry, had to boop the snoot. I got hit by the AoE because I had to boop the snoot. But it was worth it. Oof. I got nailed by the AoE, but it was worth booping the snoot. Oh, what? Okay, so that's what he's gonna throw, and he's gonna throw it over there. Got it. And then it's coming back. Oh, shit, I need to stay out of it all the way. Okay, need to stay out of the whole thing. Oh, how did that one... Oh my god, I can't believe I got in between those. I can't believe I didn't get hit by that. Oh god. Oh my god. I can't believe I only got hit by one of those. This is the only reason you died to this boss. I can't believe I made it through only getting hit by one of them. Oh, that's an out. If there was ever anything that was an out, that's an out. Oh my god, I know this mechanic. I've heard people talking about this mechanic. In fact, I heard Luco talking about this mechanic when she's like, I thought the boss was dead and I was clear around the area, and she tried to gap close the boss and fell in the pit in the last, like, 0.1% of the boss. She fell into the pit. Jump in the hole! No thanks. Ouch, 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 dead. I didn't want to overlap my AoE on top of the other players, so I just stayed in the stupid claw mechanic too long and died. I didn't want to hit anyone else with my AoE and ended up just standing around in the stupid claw too long. Oof. Doesn't look like this guy has any positionals. Oh, I see. Raging Claw. I got it. This is a little rough. fighting around this boss with just like this giant pit in the whole center of the arena, like the whole encounter is crazy, man. Go my way. Raging Claw again. Bye-bye, bunny. Stomp that bunny. Whew. Crazy bunny. Freaking newbie. Jump in the hole. I love that. Oh, God. Oh, boy. A bunch of shenanigans. Wahoo! Oh, it doesn't even... You can't end yourself once the fight is over, unfortunately. Just keep jumping in the pit. Over and over and over again. Luco. Oh, I really stepped on a luring trap at EO because a friend missed stepping on it. Damn it. Oh, man. Alright. Okay, so they're definitely experimenting with beast souls and turning them into monsters and stuff.
My brother felling this beast. He only imprisoned it, like Valley Armanda.
Great. Just for one to tell me I was going to die, just for two of my friends to die to a monster instead of me.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility.
Okay.
The Tural Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject.
So then does this Tural Vidral happen to have the memories of his dead mother inside of it somewhere? Because that'd be interesting. I'll probably go back through that dungeon with duty support and read all the little lore along the way. I did notice there were a bunch of notes along the way. And Luco at the very beginning did try and like stop by one of the notes, I think to let me read it, to get a little bit of the lore. But we had a rando in our party, so I wasn't going to hold the party back, so I just kept going. I'll probably just go through duty support and read through the lore of this dungeon, because it seems interesting to me.
Though I expect Zeralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
Okay, wait, so he's already wearing the armor.
The breakdown of the individual. I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
Okay, I'm trying to work out the timeline here. So... Okay, well, there was some time before the dome dropped. So he opened the gate, then he was maybe traveling back and forth between Tuliolol and Alexandria, and since the time difference was so different, he could spend a lot of time in Alexandria. Although he probably wasn't traveling back and forth. No, but wait, he had to take a group of Landsguard out to fight this Tural Vidral at some point. That would only have worked from Tuliolol. He didn't take Landsguard to Alexandria with him, so it only worked when he was the leader of the Landsguard in Tuliolol. And I'm pretty sure once he went to Alexandria, he never came back to Tuliolol before the dome dropped. I don't think he was going in and out, or else he would have understood how different the time frame was between the two worlds. And he seemed surprised by the fact that Galul Jaja was still alive when he finally came back. Somehow, at some point, he took a group of Landsguard from Tuliolol out to an area where he fought a Tural Vidral. And it turns out he sealed it. That must have been in Uyauta. The real Uyauta, before the dome dropped. That had to have happened. Somehow, he's standing here, now, wearing that armor, which he only would have gotten after coming to Alexandria. So, he took a group of Landsguard, fought a Tural Vidral, sealed the Tural Vidral, but failed to destroy it. That was probably what he was doing. Before the competition. Before the competition, they said that he didn't interact in the tournament with Bakul Jaja because he was busy doing a task with the Landsguard. So that's probably when he first sealed the Tural Vidral out here in Uyauta. Then the competition happened, then he lost, then he went to Alexandria, and then he tried to find a way to make use of the Tural Vidral later, I guess. Maybe that's the reason they dropped the dome here in the first place. That might be the case. That might be the lore reason why they dropped the dome over Yassilani like they did. It might have been because he was targeting this Tural Vidral because he thought he could make use of it. Perhaps. And so the Mammaljaw woman that was part of the Landsguard just stayed behind after he left to take part in the rite. She stayed behind to help rebuild the town and stuff, I guess, and then got caught in the dome when it dropped on Yassilani. Okay, I guess the time frame here does work out. It's just a little awkward. Because there's a part of my brain that keeps trying to think of these two worlds as two separate worlds, and then there's a part of my brain that keeps having to remind me, yes, but they dropped their world on top of ours. So all the places that did exist before the dome dropped still exist. You just dropped a dome and a tower on top of those locations. But yeah, I guess the time frame does work out. It's just a little weird.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tural Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Alright, so I'm guessing his mom's soul is inside this Tural Vidral.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory.
I should have
and
rescued
see
you
to
into the
necessary
hole.
preparations.
Lamp. I have heard of people doing that, using rescue to just drag people into the hole. It is such a troll final boss of a dungeon to just put a friggin' big giant hole in the center of the arena and just leave it there the whole fight. It's so tempting. Yeah. Like, there's a part of me that might yoink people into a hole if I go in as a healer at some point. It's really tempting.
So, you've given him permission?
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka.
Teshalja.
As one of the Landsguard's finest chirurgeons, your
Oh, she's a
knowledge may be
healer.
of use in his experiments.
Interesting. She was a doctor, basically. Rather
You will
than like a
also
soldier.
watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me.
So we reach a point where Zoraljaw does not have a bunch of beasts in his army. He's still going the other direction, transferring beast souls into himself. So we know that this ultimately did not work out in the long run, and I'm already kind of seeing the story unfold before me right now, which would probably be more in-depth if I had read the lore in the dungeon, which I'll do with duty support on my own at some point. But my guess is he set her to watch the doctor to make sure he did what Zoraljaw wanted. The doctor didn't. She tried to report it to Zoraljaw. The doctor probably ripped her soul out and stuck it in the Taralvadraw.
You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power.
Oh, so this is even the point where they had the dome. They're not even just... Oh, no, obviously they have the dome. I'm an idiot. Obviously they have the dome. They're standing in a Yasulani area right now. Obviously this is after the dome fell.
But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable.
Doy.
I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
Or did she volunteer?
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliolal.
Oh, okay. So she actually wants his kid.
I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet.
Like, she desires him as the greatest warrior, blah, 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 or whatever, and wants to have his kid. Okay, sure, whatever.
So, very, very close.
Yeah. No wonder he was never going to be much of a dad. He only literally, like, gave her a kid because she wanted it. And it's like, fine, whatever, she can have one.
Duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours.
Okie dokie, then. Like, it wasn't already gross enough that anyone wanted to be with him, but she really wants to be with him.
Here, I cannot prove the miracle.
Like, it's bad enough someone wanted him, but she really wants him. That's
But
gross.
If what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
That's crazy. I did not need to know that.
Are you
I guess I just kept kind of assuming that his mom's soul would be in that thing. And maybe it still is? Maybe it still was? But that didn't seem definitive. Although the fact that I'm having an echo that contains his mom in it, maybe his mom's soul's in it. But then the echo started with the leader of the facility and Zoraljaw, and they were standing in this area, so that could have triggered the echo too.
Teshalja. Could she be my mother?
Probably. The way she was just staring at Zoraal like, yummy, yummy. Yeah, she could probably be your mom. It was creepy the way she was looking at him.
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubiko women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kanaloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishalja there.
That's where we're
And
going
what horrible,
next,
horrible thing happened to her. Okay. Let's see what terrible thing happened to your mom. Alright, ads are about to start, I believe. Right? I believe an ad's about to run, and if that's the case, I'll just go ahead and take a break. I won't even bother to, like, look for something else to do before the MSQ, blah, blah, blah. I think an ad's just about to run in a second now. At least, you know, on Twitch, I think an ad's about to run. It must always be weird for anyone who watches me on YouTube when I'm talking about, oh, an ad's about to run, and blah, 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 blah. It's like... Well, that was weird. It was counting down to an ad. Ads are odd, because I'll get the 5-minute countdown to an ad on Twitch, and then it will count all the way down to the ad, and then it'll just sit there for like 30 seconds to a minute before the ad actually runs. But now the ads are running. 3-minute break. Hop up, grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch out, move around, go to the bathroom, whatever you guys need to do. I am going to take a 3-minute-ish break. Probably go to the bathroom. Actually, maybe a little longer than 3 minutes. I'll probably go get myself another drink as well. And then we will be back and we will continue on with the MSQ and we will see what is going on and what more horror stories we can learn about this kid's mom. See you guys in a bit. Yeah. Oh, you can't really fight people as a gatherer class. Let's just give you a big freaking cannon. That'll work. There we go. Put it on, Lord.
What?
Oh my god, it jumped on my head! Get it off, get it off, get it off!
Keep backing up, Asper, keep backing up! You'll be fine, just keep backing up!
If I fall into a pit, I'm blaming you!
Look to the right! Back up, to the right!
Thanks! I knew that was coming.
Did you just use it to eat the pancake?
Dude, I could tell that was coming a mile away. I knew they were gonna lead me into my death, but oh well. It was funny at least.
Don't believe
it was worth it. It was worth the meme. Head out here really quick. I got something I need to show you, Rook. It's real interesting. Come out here, I'll show it to you. Come on, pal. Hey. Go take a look at those fishies. Aren't they interesting?
You know what I should do? I should put on my macro that I made for...
Lightning strike.
You forgot something.
Nope, don't worry about it. It's fine.
No, it's not.
Never mind. Whoever had the tank buster stood
Okay,
on
wipe
top
it.
of
Just
me.
wipe it. Wipe it.
Saved me, sir. And not just with steel and valor. I fear my words fail me. You have saved my all, my dearest warrior. My great redeemer.
Yeah, sure. By the way, Eleanor, I'd like you to meet my wife, Celine. I've given her a ring and everything. Hope you two enjoy each other's company. Bye. Ah, ah. It's such a pathetic little outfit.
Come on.
all the animals and stuff. It's just like, this is really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Music too is so bad.
Aerith, what are you wearing?
Oh my god.
I know, right? It's bad. Like, super bad. I've been trying to figure out if there was anything more I could have done with it, but...
It doesn't really matter if you get picked or not anyway.
Yeah, but still. You put a lot of work
Karma,
into this.
man. Karma.
Did you put a lot of work into this?
Nope. I
Hey, wait a minute.
especially put
Did
zero
Johnny
work
forget
into
to
it.
give you my message?
The one asking...
Alright, everyone just guard this area.
Okay, got it.
Move it.
There we go. Have them surround the safe. Oh. Well, isn't that interesting? Like, yep. Normal everyday game, thanks.
Please, Mr. Tentacle Man, can I meet quota?
We might have to spend all of our money.
Oh god! Oh my god! Just
Someone's
hit the
going
bell
to
as many
die.
times as possible.
I'm fine.
Yeah, man. Oh, damn it. Oh
And
my
we lost
God.
2 people already.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
I
doing
gotta
great.
join them,
We're
man.
doing
I
great.
gotta get in there.
I gotta get in there. Oh god.
Come and get me, Tentacle Man.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, bud.
Half our people are dead.
Wait.
Hey? What? Ah, holy crap! I actually like Kate Sith. I think Kate Sith looks great, but I love how many people I know who are like, "Ah, holy shit, that thing is hideous! Get it away from me!"
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the...
Alright. Sorry. I am back from my break, and I got myself a fresh bottle of water. Let's keep going with the MSQ. And see even more of this horrible, disgusting story of these horrible, horrible geckos that want each other. Or worse, only one of them wants the other. Like, Wish I could see in the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. There aren't any other Mammals-Jaw women here. For a long time, I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. When I visited Tuliyola and saw some, finally able to picture her in my mind. One day I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well. I'll go spell speed. I don't use too many classes that can make any use of skill speed, and even if I played a tank or a healer, tenacity and piety are almost worthless. You may now enter with trusts, and I will do that at some point, but not now. Tyrol Vidral added to the Codex, yep. So what are they? Yep. I can learn that. Although I already know what a Tyrol Vidral is. It's basically just a... and I've forgotten the term again. How do I constantly forget this term every time. Every single time I forget the term for what those creatures are. The, like, 1,000-year-old creatures that can speak. The Four Lords, what they are. I always forget that term. Every time. Just every single time I want to say that word, it's just gone again. And discern the purpose of the research conducted here. Traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what came of it. Let's take a look around. For information as well as a way to the upper level. Wheelchair blocking the path. Nothing in here to actually interact with. Nope, nothing to interact with. Look at this red light that leads to nowhere. Like, in movies and video games, that's how people draw your eye to certain things. That's the point, like using light beams and stuff like that to really draw the eye somewhere, and it leads to nothing. Oh well, there's a bunch of dead bodies here. Great. No mammal jaw, though. I'm sure whatever happened to his mom is, like, epic levels of horror. Though, she wouldn't just be down here dead. What happened to the people here? Did they all leave, or did we already meet them? We already met them. Most of the researchers have turned into, like, mindless monsters or horrible creatures. Okay. People actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. So this was far from guaranteed, and even in the best case, they would cease to be men. Was their devotion to Zoral Jaw so absolute? I guess. This is a real, like, don't dead enter inside type scenario here, isn't it? Don't dead enter inside. Oh god. This show went on way too long, man. That show went on like 4 or 5 seasons too long. And then they made 10 spin-offs. What Beck Luke would make of this research into transferring souls. Well, he'd think it was shit. He'd think it was shit. Because we did such a better job of it ourselves. He'd think this was crap. I'm open, and I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and find a key. Enough can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. Says you. Nearby, perhaps a verification key will open the way. It's like, says you. You're telling the level 100 Viper that's this deep into the storyline that he can't open an iron gate? You kidding me? I'll tell you one thing I most definitely can do, and that's open that damn gate. Searchers likely move between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. So angry to think about what they did here. I mean, that's pretty much everything Zoral Jaw was invested in was like, horribly crap, what are they doing here? Cream volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. What? Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good. Yes, I am good. Very good. For itchy tasty. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit offhand of feeder. Cannot help it, so strong. Hungry, always hungry, cannot control. This is, yeah, this is straight up for itchy tasty. Eat. Must eat. Am eater must eat. Nothing that resembles a verification. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. This is straight up for itchy tasty. Everything about this is just... Everything about this is just Resident Evil and Walking Dead, man. probably in that cabinet. I can't exit now, right? Okay, good. Can't exit. Then that means I really have explored everything with this cabinet. Okay. Staff are neatly arranged in the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. Find a verification key deeper in. Rest can be used to open the iron gate. Perhaps. Maybe. Ooh, man. That Korean barbecue we had for like a late lunch, early dinner or whatever around like 2 or 3 p.m. was great, but it keeps coming back up. It tasted great. It still kind of tastes great, but I just need to keep muting my mic because, whew. All the others. All right, let's go. Or no, it wasn't don't dead enter inside. It was don't dead open inside. Don't dead open inside. Technically it was don't open dead inside, but the way it was split on the door. Like the don't dead open inside. Alright. Can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. Okie dokie. Anything in here that's going to jump scare us? I mean, it doesn't look like it. The observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Valagarmanda. Yeah. I mean, that was all ether. This is all tech, so. Machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue even in emergencies. Warnings indicate various anomalies related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Then, let's see if we can find some clues about Gululja's mom. I think I can use this terminal. She'll taught me how. Great, kiddo. Tiny little gecko. Beep, beep, beeping away. So much data, I don't know what we should look at. How about you look up the name? You have her name now. Search by inputting the name, Teshelja. Exactly. Why don't you try the name? I have a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Administrator of Experimental Treatments. Research logs. It sounds good, doesn't it? Okay, so she has logs she's been keeping. So now the data's encrypted, and even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Let's take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Alright then. Let's do that. Transfer to the storage device I brought. He just happened to bring a USB drive with him, just in case. That's a weird kid. It's finished. Although, given what USB devices are like in this world, who knows? Technically, Kryle's bringing a USB drive with her everywhere she goes. It's just because she's wearing the jewelry, though. Bring me all the way here, everyone. I wonder if this is the end. Like, there was no big resolution, but then this is, like, post-MSQ, where it's probably going to take all the way up to, like, 7.3 before we really start to resolve this story. So maybe this was like the last bit, the dungeon, and then we get some data, and then Shale will decrypt it, or yeah, decrypt it, and then we'll pick up 7.2 when that's done. Maybe then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful endeavor for the both of us. We shall see, I suppose. If not, it doesn't matter. I went to the bathroom, I got myself a fresh bottle of water. I'm good to keep going if this MSQ is a bit longer than this. Even if it's like hours longer. Alright, Raha, what you got? Authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. First things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. I wonder if I should set Solution 9 as my home point now. I'd been using Tuliolol as my home point for a long time, but Solution 9 is the merchant hub of this expansion, so maybe I should set that as my home point. It's not like it's that expensive to go from Solution 9 to... Although Tuliolol is still kind of the central point. Like, everything branches out from Tuliolol. If I set Solution 9 and then I decide to go way down into Yoctoral, into like the deepest zone down there, it could be really expensive. But if I'm starting from Tuliolol as my return point, then I can pretty much go to whatever zone of Tyrol that I want to pretty cheaply. Yeah, I'll leave Tuliolol. This does kind of look like it's gearing up to be like where we'll leave the story until 7.2. Maybe it is. Wilja's already given me the storage device. Looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. Alice and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. I mean, this does look like it. It's like, I'll need a little time to process everything. Sounds like you're done with the MSQ until the next patch. Munoz is a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Let you know as soon as I've finished my work. See you again soon, okay? Among the Abandoned. Although there should be at least one more quest. These usually end on Guidance of the Hetzo. These usually end on, like, the name of the patch. And I don't remember what this patch is called, but usually the final quest in a patch will have the name of the patch, and it will have one of those pictures in the quest accept screen. Like here, it would have an image if it was the last one. So we're definitely not there yet. At least one more quest after this. But they're still grim. Some of the Tyroli remember a time before they were dependent on the Sol system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. Good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. So it's mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tyrol, ones with no elders to care for. Oh, that problem has reached us in Tuliolol. My brother is doing all he can to see the Shaktaral Railroad restored to operation, so that people may come and go more freely. Fortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. We can't build tracks? I mean, I know it doesn't seem like you can go straight through the dome. It did seem like you needed to go through Vanguard, which was like a fortress. I don't know what would happen if you tried to go straight through the dome. I would imagine a massive surge of lightning ether that would, like, kill anyone who tried, probably. And Vanguard was our way sort of in and out. Like, it's a fortress, but it was also like a gateway between the Dome and Tyrol. But can we not open Vanguard up a little and pass the railroad through it? I know it's difficult because a fortress is a very sort of specific design and it wasn't designed for a railroad to go through it, but can we not put some construction crews on sort of like breaking Vanguard further open and building a railroad through it? A railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? Well, there is that too. We blew up the train. It's like when I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. The other thing is we ought to be able to do dirigibles for small groups, especially like people that can't really travel that well. We still would probably have to meet them at Vanguard, but until the train's back up and running, we should be able to do dirigibles back and forth from Vanguard. It shouldn't be that difficult. Shale's working on the data. We could go and see the state of it for ourselves. To Shaloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. Huh. Shishinawezi Springs. I kind of like these names. A lot of these names are crazy and they're like difficult to remember and difficult to pronounce and stuff, but I do kind of like a lot of these names. Shaloni and Shishinawezi and all these weird names that they're using. Weird, vaguely sort of Native American words and names and culture and stuff like that. Well, then that's pretty much how it is for Yoctorol as well, right? Weird, vaguely like South American and Latin and stuff like that, kind of like culture and naming and stuff of that sort. How's your train, buddy? Resolve and Ashran to boot. What can I do for you? Hoping for good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tyrol. They can't make the journey on foot. See, as it happens, the Val Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Scratch the on his way. Ekona. And Aaronville? Well, hello there, buddy. Nice new outfit. Did our little Bun Bun finally outgrow his old clothes? Can't help it. Gotta say it. Can't bear not to say it. Stop that. As well as you all know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I have chosen a different path. It was time for a change. The path of a beastmaster? Is that what you've chosen? The path of a beastmaster. Like, every fiber of my being just keeps screaming out, he better be part of the Beastmaster storyline, if not the Beastmaster trainer, at least a big part of the storyline. Because it lines up so perfectly. You're about the railroad too. It was in part for my sake that the original Dawn Blazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist with its replacement. Speaking of which, Sumnamati has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? The locomotive was on track for completion. We're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. See, when we used the Dawn Blazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations. Now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of Mewahetsun. Stupid cats. Get off the railroad tracks, you dumb cats. That is the Ronek. Though the Hetzaro that followed them are none too pleased about their Hetzo being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. Take your damn bison away from our railroad, then. The solution I've devised is Too quiet in the railroad should address the complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The Ronek will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. Suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Aren't the railroads plotted to avoid the Ronek's preferred grazing areas, though? Odd that they're getting so close in the first place. Yes, it is. The Ronek's grazing pattern have shifted since the tracks were laid. Not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Meohetsun for their insight. Major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter. And I too would hear what the Hetzaru have to say about it. They are the ones most affected after all. Kona's gonna go visit the other cats. It would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Hato. The rest of you can accompany us to that Hetzaru encampment if you like. You. Boom. Ah, no, take off. Don't get hung up on random posts of geometry in the world. I'm a very different sort of cowboy today. I was riding around on my horse the first time I passed through here, and now I'm riding around on my motorcycle. Still very Americana and, like, cowboy type attitude, though. It's just a different era. Especially given it's a Tron bike. Very different era. Rather than, like, a Harley or something. Our resolve, our reason. Bid you welcome to our camp. What brings you all the way to Meohetsun? For seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Shaktaral Railroad. Boom, boom, boom. You do have noted the Ronek's unexpected change in behavior, then. My son, Shepherdtho, has been looking into this matter. Only we'd expect the Ronek to keep to their favored crowns nearby for a while yet. Despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Pyaryonan and Yautanane. Pyaryonan and Yautanane. They refused to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward toward your railroad. Certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hetzaru would, I suppose. As you may have surmised, I am of Hetzaru descent. My parents traveled with the Ronek as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I'm forced to assume. Or at least he assumes. Yeah, he assumes. I'm not sure his family actually just ditched him, but that's what he assumes. Chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. Became a stall-keeper in Tuliola's markets, as with a dawn servant found and adopted me. I'd already been in the palace some time when Lamati came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents, in the pain of solitude, and wanted to spare her that suffering. Although, possibly, like you, she was sent by her parents to save her from some other danger. Like, her parents absolutely sent her there to protect her from the like attempts on her life that would be never ending because of their conflict with the mammal jaw. That's what happened. I'm wondering what happened with his parents. This tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Why are you... Oh no, this is the memory of it. Okay. I was gonna be like, why are you dumping your life story on these random people? But no, that's just me remembering him saying that to me. Really, I've never heard of the Ronek choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision. Nor of any Hetzara willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. Must have been some exceptional circumstances. Cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps that I might better make excuses for their actions was never much appeal to me. Even if it might help you understand the Ronek's situation? As is so often the case, you're correct. My discomfort with the Hetzara way may arise from fear of reopening old wounds, rather than blind fervor for innovation. Nevertheless, see me repeat past mistakes. To refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor Dawn servant indeed. Please teach me of the Ronek and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. I'll be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. So we have this whole little side tangent with the Hetzado. That'll be fun, hanging out with the cats. Herding cats for a while. You learn of Hetzado culture with me. I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share. It would be useful to know whether I am doing it correctly. I get to sit around and learn of cat ways and cat kind. I will say, even if my character did have a bunch of, like, culture and heritage that he already knows of the Moonkeepers, which I don't know if he really does, this would definitely be a whole different ballgame with the Hetzado. You'll learn more of the Ronek, and we'll have a look around the plains. Perhaps in the process we'll find the answers we seek. Teach me of your catty ways, Shepeto. I shall meow with the best of them. Quickest way to learn about our way of life is to do as we do. Hope you're not above manual labor. Everyone else makes me do it. Why not here too? Oh God. I'm not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit. But I shall put forth every effort. So yes, take these tools. Introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let's meet back here later to share what we've learned. So we're not going to practice together. We're going to practice separate. Okay, then. Playful Hetzado? Learning about the Hetzara way of life, are you? You have a thing or two to share. Rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of deduction. An answer is much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Our Hetzo provide us with something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests, and to sustain our fires. What is it? Well, soap? That sounds like it'd be fat, like lard or something like that, but poultices and medicines? Maybe horns? Bones? Hooves? It wouldn't be meat. I don't think it would be dung. I know that has some weird uses here and there, but I don't think that would provide for all of that. Not soap, that's for sure. Bones, I think, could, though. Both horns and hooves have cores of bone, and we use all of these materials, albeit primarily in tent poles, instruments, and the like. It's not quite the answer I was looking for. Well then, is it poop? Meat and organ meat. That doesn't seem like dung in soap? I doubt it. That seems weird. That is indeed the correct answer. Seriously? They use dung to make soap. Great. Myriad uses for Ronek chips over time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetzo always provide. That's disgusting. Great, good to know. You're all disgusting. Good to know. Let's go ahead and hunt while I'm out here. Just killing a bunch of their Hetzo while I'm out here. While I'm trying to learn of their Hetzo, let me murder too. Oh, there's the sacks of nuts. I only need 2 of them. I picked up some Ronek fleece too. I don't think I needed fleece. I think I used meat and... Oh yeah, for the crafting food. I don't know that I need fleece. I probably do, though, for some of my higher recipes, maybe. This won't do. Wind will go right through it, and me without my needle and sinew. Mending kit. These are precisely what I needed. Should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronek hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. Yep. I mean, realistically, that's what they use the Ronek for. Everything. Nose to tail butchering. Finished with my tasks for the time being. Since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? Here you likely already know that the Ronek are our Hetzo, our guides. Whew, yawn. We travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all that we need to survive. You may not know that sometimes the herd splits into 2, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hetsara must also part with half of our number. I think I might have skipped something there. You may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetzo. Okay, so they occasionally split their tribes to follow the Ronek when they split. That's interesting. Maybe that leads into something about what happened to Kona. Stroke the Ronek's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. Its fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. So give it a try. You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost in the tangle like as not. Fur brush. Sturdy brush suitable for grooming even the fluffiest of Ronek. Brush the Ronek! Brush the Ronek! Geppetto sent a Ronek brush with you, did he? I like him. Now just run it through the one little patch at a time, gently. Pat, 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 pat. Brush the Ronek until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. Just got dog fur all over my coat. Then with less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat and less susceptible to illness. Comb coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries, should the need arise. Smell of the grass and the wind. Which is a good thing, I promise. You'd nearly be mistaken for one of us who even looked the part. Covered head to toe in Ronic fur? Yeah. Wonder how Valkona's getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish to understand us was sincere. Oh, there he is now. He made friends. Ironic just followed him back. Tardiness, I was tasked with grazing the Ronek and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate, so he's learning to follow the Ronek. It's your own work. Have you anything to share? Walls around the Ronek, but in turn the people receive all they need. Treasured members of the community as important as family. Yeah. Both basically accurate. Myself. I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of the Hetzo rather than tread man-made paths. I arrived where I was meant to be all the same. It's not the only way, though. At times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Ronek as they did to me, so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. No way to know, of course. Regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We're here in service of the people of Tyrol, after all. Nevertheless, thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. Endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetzo are concerned. Yeah, cat boy that knows, like, nothing of his own heritage. And that you're welcome among our herd anytime. Hanging out with the cats. Banana blend, huh? Roast Ronik. Not what I need. Root jelly. Some interesting stuff there, but I could craft all of that, I'm sure. I'm sure I could craft it all. The warmth of family. Another one where we're hanging out with the cats. What even is this patch called? I never bothered to see what this patch was called, did I? Oh, Crossroads. Yeah, this patch is called Crossroads. That's it. I forgot. I did know. I did see before, and now that I was thinking about it, I do remember it popping up at the beginning of MSQ earlier tonight. When I started, it did pop up Crossroads. So yeah, that would be the MSQ that we're looking for. The one that's the last one of 7.1 would be Crossroads. Should be Crossroads if they kept the tradition. Anna, how did it go? I understand the significance of the Hetzo. They nourish the Hetzara as they grow and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. Moreover, Ronek are sensitive. While we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. That sorrow would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Well, I was never thinking of doing that. But we need to figure out why they're wandering. That's the thing. Trying to design the tracks in a way that will ward them off is not quite right. It might mess with their migratory patterns. Trying to capture ones that get too close is not quite right. It interrupts their migratory patterns. If it's a natural migration that sends them towards the tracks, then we should just be careful with the train when going over areas where they might naturally be migrating and pay close attention as a conductor. But something is pushing them out in that direction. Something that we haven't been able to identify yet is causing their migratory pattern to, like, change. Even the Hetsaru are saying that. If we can figure out what that is, we can kind of just make do with the rest by having aware conductors when they're traveling through these areas. Particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronek's once favored grazing grounds. So we were told the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronek. Even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratopraptors, but they look to be passing through in a hurry. So there is actually something like in their normal grazing grounds that everything's trying to avoid for some reason. So our behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters, earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Well, a giant lightning dome did just fall nearby. Could that be the cause? But it sounded like they were having trouble at the railroad with the Ronek migratory patterns before the dome dropped. So I think this might be something else. Zara would have surely put 2 and 2 together were the cause geological. I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. Huh. Some big monster? I mean, that sounds like setup. This sounds like setup. This does not sound like a 7.1 problem. This sounds like they're setting up something in like 7.4 or something like that. Or maybe 7.3 at like the very end of what would probably be the wrap-up of Dawntrail's storyline. Like I said before, this is not really a hard rule for the game, but generally they will kind of like wrap up the current expansion storyline around the 0.3 patch, and then they'll use like 0.4 and 0.5 to kind of like set up the next expansion storyline. That's not always exactly the case, but it's generally how it is with 14. So like this sounds like we're setting up something for maybe like 7.3 as a big revelation or something, or we're setting up something at like 7.4 or 0.5 kind of leading us into the next thing. Powerful and like is not. Predator given the local fauna's behavior. The raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. Now, this is the first time we've hunted big things. It couldn't be. A Turuhetso? Turuhetso? Ronek Reaver, in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hetso in the night is another evocative one. Ronek can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turuhetso. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. Well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. Cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast. Most herds keep well clear of them. I can tell you why this one is so far from home, and it's packed both. Well, if it's alone, it'll be easier for us to kill if we need to. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronek's consternation is clear. As is our next move. We must drive this Reaver away that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. Are we really going to go straight after it right away? Have a fear. We'll make certain that the beast threatens you no more. I'm kind of surprised if we go straight after it right away. It really sounded like they were setting up to be like, some giant beast is causing the whole thing to... Nope, we're going straight at it. Like, I take one look at this level synced duty, and it's like, no, we're going straight at the thing. Okay. So we're not using it as some, like, big setup for more story stuff later. Whatever. It's a clear threat to the local population. We can't allow it to roam unchecked. It won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. Now, if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. What? Progress to the upcoming battle will be saved at certain points. Okay, so this is a multi-stage battle at least. Once you're defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. This is a multi-stage battle at least. Alright. Enter the battle associated with other quests. Log out from the game. This progress will be lost. Got it. I level 730. What is mine at again? 706. Okay. So it's definitely strong, that's for sure. It's certainly strong, and it's a multi-stage duty. So that's interesting. So what you guys doing? And will I get to roleplay as any other characters? Because that'd be interesting. Turuhetso. Just in time for it to, like, break right through and come at us. Yeah. Like, we discovered what was causing the problem just in time for it to show up in the village.
It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronak are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by
I mean, I can kill things. I'm good at that.
Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
I can assist with killing anything that tries to attack.
We'll deal with the Ronak
yeah.
Reaver.
It's like I can deal with fighting.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Oh cool, I just started this multi-stage long level sync duty right around the right time for ads. They're not coming up just yet, but we're in the stage where they're going to be up in like 5 minutes or so. Let's see how long this takes. We must protect the Ronek.
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
Yep, ads are coming up in 3 minutes. Great. Let's pray the heads are alright. Ronek. Ronek. Where are you? Yachty on plane. There they are. Let's go.
There they are.
Everyone grab a Ronek.
We must do what we can to soothe them.
Soothe. Come on. Stroke the trembling Ronek. Oh. Wrong one. Thanks, game. Alright. So yeah, me and Aaronville are actually like much better with creatures, it seems, than the others are. Like, me and Aaronville finished calming one of them and got over the second one in the same amount of time it took Kona and Wook Lamont to calm a single one. Again, all of this feels like it's setting up to awaken you to like the Beastmaster class and Aaronville is your teacher kind of thing.
None shall be left behind.
Yep. They're under attack.
There must be something up ahead. Come. There.
These are no match for the likes of us.
jump these creatures and just immediately get them to attack me. Bastards. The one I was attacking died just in time for me to press the wrong button in my rotation.
In a panic was
nice,
clearly an understatement.
He's firing off buzz saws and stuff. I got it. Well, Kona's doing good damage. Kona's doing really good damage. I know he's a machinist, but he's doing surprisingly high amount of damage. Alpha alligators. But you can't beat my trance for DPS, Kona. I wonder if maybe they have him in like eye level 730S gear.
All or nothing there.
Oh, cool. He's just gonna off them all. Okay, he's got them. Not bad, Kona. Damn, Kona. Some serious DPS is doing.
It seems that did the trick.
Huzzah. Now where's the Reaver?
For the fodder, at least.
Shouldn't have said it. It's like, shouldn't have said it, Wuklamot. Well, there we go. What is this crystal T-Rex?
We've got a big one coming.
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
Two? There's two of them?
There! That one there!
Yeah, your gun ain't doing much against those scales.
Not so fast!
Oof! Nice hit.
Even should it cost me my life.
Yeah, yeah.
I will save the head saw.
Good for you. Die for the bison. Oof. Real tough scales.
Kona, are you all right?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronak to safety.
There. You've nothing to fear.
While the Reaver is standing like 5 feet away, he's gonna comet somehow. He's very good with creatures then.
Right. Let's finish the job.
Cool. Big fight. Against a creature with scales so impenetrable that they both just bounced off of it, basically.
I made a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer!
Alright. Bunch of cats versus a giant lizard. Let's see what we can do with these claws.
You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
That's a pretty good line. That was actually pretty good.
Damn it. Not even a
In his
scratch.
own geeky way. That was a pretty good line.
I need some time to think, will you? It must have a weakness.
Maybe I shouldn't be wasting all of my good stuff on it. I'm burning a lot of my rotation on it, and it seems to be doing 0 damage until he figures something out. Then we'll be able to do some damage to it.
A bit busy. I need time.
Yeah, let me just do standard. Let me just do basic rotation stuff. Keep my buffs up and stuff like that until he figures out how to break it.
Go for the legs.
There we go. Well, that's interesting. Okay, it's gonna do them in order.
Now we just have to keep it pinned. Get thinking, Kona!
No, it still looks like I'm doing no damage to it. So there's definitely something else going on here. I need to wait for him to find another weak point.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
Again, let's just keep the buffs up.
I've got it!
Ow, down for the count. Phase change event. Oh man.
Blades piercing round to the chest and
Just bam.
you're done
Not
for.
bad, Coda. This is really giving him his time to shine. But you know, there go all my buffs because of this cutscene.
Let's stem the flow of protective ether.
I need to get them back up.
There's nothing stopping us now!
There goes its health. Here we go. Now let's just unload on this thing with all of my trances
Fine with me!
that I've been saving up. And my OGCDs. My burst phases and all that shit. Oops, did that one wrong. Oh well. Grant. Forget, I can totally feint him when he's doing big stuff. I should do that more often.
We must disperse that ether ere the river recovers it.
Oh, disperse. Yes, disperse. Damage up. Damage up. Damage up. Damage up. Damage up. Give me them damage ups. I am a friggin' Viper. Give me all them damage ups. Give me all them damage boosts. Time to die, stupid. I am so boosted right now. You're dead. I have like 8 stacks of damage up. Like this just doing like 5% of this thing's health with every hit.
We did it.
You need some new glasses, dude.
So, are they?
Should be fine. Aaronville was with
The
them.
Ronek have all made it to Mehua. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats, but the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
Cool.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Bow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
Oh, he's got a big old gun.
I did no more than is a Dawn servant's duty. The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Okay, so that's what they're gonna do. Like, create posts along the rails, and then either when a Ronek gets too close to the tracks, it'll pulse ether, but that'd be a little weird, because that could mess with their migratory patterns. Or possibly when the train is passing through the area, it will cause the devices to emit pulses. So if any Ronek happen to be on the track at exactly the moment the train is passing through, they'll get like pulses of ether that sort of make them want to get away from the track.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most.
So we don't have to mess with their migratory patterns, we just have to occasionally traumatize them for a few seconds.
It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
I mean, it sounds like the design nature of this is to stress them the fuck out. And if you're going to have it active like all the time to keep them away from the tracks, that's going to mess with their migratory patterns too.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now.
Oh. Yes, the last one, Kona, that totally killed your family.
I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeni Hetta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Like, here's the revelation.
Los Aniheta. That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe.
Uh-huh. You weren't abandoned. Your family was just horribly murdered.
Please, can you tell me what you saw?
Oof. Oof. As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way.
Of course, that young couple. I couldn't help but possibly notice that young couple with their tiny baby. I noticed them totally all the time.
Well distracted, I heard one cry. Save our son! Save the Hetzel!
Of course, he just happened to hear all of this and see all of this. Hey, Lana. Yes, he totally saw and heard all of this. It's not absolutely, totally, completely contrived convenience. He just totally saw all of this.
After that,
I'm doing okay.
With the pounding of my heart and feet and Rodek thunder, I ran and ran. And as the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast.
I just ran a bunch of errands today, so I got a very, very late start. But that's okay. Wow, it's already 10:30? Phew, I really have been going for a while. But I do want to get through this MSQ.
Words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
That go over here too? No, that did not. That stayed over there. Okay, good. Denied. Not allowed. So I can't see it over here, so I can't ban the person, but whatever. That may have banned them already if I denied. No, probably didn't. Anyway. Hey, at least AutoMod caught that.
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted
all of this was super contrived, but still, at least he gets some answers and some closure. But look, this was so contrived that this guy happened to be there that day and happened to see that couple and happened to hear these things and happened to decide to mention it today just because the Reaver was here. Like, just happened to decide to talk about that thing right now.
I live to know the warmth of family.
It's hilarious.
Even after they were gone.
He's gonna get closure somehow. There you go.
And now that I am Dawn servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect. as my parents protected me.
Huzzah! Good for you. Now, can I get back to Solution 9 and finish this MSQ, please? Enough herding cats and bison. Let me go back to Solution 9 and finish this MSQ now. It's our safe is more than enough. It would be wrong to hope that in protecting them we also avenge my parents. It's the least I owe to them after all this time. I don't know if that's the same Reaver that attacked your family back in the day, dude. That's a big stretch. But given how contrived everything else was today, maybe it was. Thank you for standing by me as Dawn Servant and as the often perfect man beneath that mantle. Let's return our attention to the matter we came here to address, shall we? Remove the root cause of the Ronek straying from their favored grazing, and obtain the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure, a silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Oh, so they're not going to put them along the tracks. They're going to put it on the train, so a conductor will just watch the tracks, and if Ronek happen to be too close to the tracks, they'll just pull the silent whistle, basically, and emit ether to make the Ronek leave. Okay, that's probably the best decision for it anyway. Since we only have one train that runs these tracks anyway, then we can just make the one whistle and put it on the train and be like, just watch for Ronek. Return to Shaloni, and begin work on it. Balika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just tear out of here my super futuristic Tron bike away from your nice, humble, nomadic lifestyle with the bison. Just ride off. I love this goofy bike quadcopter thing. It's so hilarious. Plus, it looks cool. Like, I don't even really feel the need to try and go buy myself the Fenrir anymore, because they finally put a motorcycle obtainable in the game without buying it on the mod station that I like. You know what I mean? Like, all the other motorcycles, quote-unquote, that they've added to this game kind of look like crap because they liked the fact that people went and bought the Fenrir off the mod station, so why would they put really good-looking ones in the game? But they finally added, like, a cool Tron bike, and it's just like, well, I don't need the Fenrir anymore. Like, I have a Tron bike. We're pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it. So the Ronek were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. Arcona's not too bad himself. What with his whistle idea. Sit tight, we'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight? Yes, sure, why not? What's that one?
We're ready to go.
Wait, that's going the other way. Blah, 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 randomism. Where's that? Streamer mode on, I can't really tell. Whatever. Oh, whoops, I better keep this up as well. There we go. Let's go then.
Whoa! She looks as good as new!
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here.
And I probably never will, either. They haven't modeled the inside zone, I think.
We've spared no effort.
The silent whistle.
From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
Huh. How's that even possible? Trains are loud as shit. Like, what? Can you actually do things to the train or to the rails that'll make a train run quieter? I have no idea, because we don't friggin' use trains except for, like, leisure anymore. They're not useful as, like, convenience tools. They're like leisure jaunts through the countryside on a train because it's fancy or whatever these days, so who knows?
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel. And we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us.
Freaking ether whistle.
However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Oh, big yawn.
Right.
And GM and Ford for that.
Let's put this train through our paces.
Mm-hmm. Like, why bother to develop public transport methods when we can just make every American buy a car? That won't have horrible, long-lasting ramifications for generations to come. On both, like, destroying the design of cities themselves, burning through the supply of petrol in the world. Like, that won't have horrible ramifications for generations to come. Nope, in Brazil it was VW. That just happened. Like, we just dealt with the situation that was causing this, and still there's a Ronek just wandering on the tracks. Still there's a Ronek just wandering on the tracks, even though we dealt with their grazing lands.
Now, to test our whistle.
I know that we needed to have a cutscene that shows it off and shows it working, but, like, this is super, like, why is this happening? Wait, you have to try and aim the whistle at them? That's stupid. Conductor can barely see out it, and then they're driving.
It's moving away. Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
Mm-hmm. Cool. We've got a method that works. Now we just need to find a way to get those decrepit old people through the other side of the dome where there's monsters out in the wilderness in order to reach the vanguard where they can actually get in the train and travel the rest of the way. Like, this only solves half the problem.
A roaring success.
Trying to get them from the towns inside of the dome out to Vanguard where they can meet the train is a whole nother mess.
Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
Woo! Choo-choo, bitch. Let me on. I want to see what the train looks like, but I doubt we get to. I doubt we ever actually get to go in the train. We were really worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. Now the test drive was such a success, we could breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the continent. Watch out, Shaktaral, here we come. Share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operations. Time to get back to it. Efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, thank you. Huzzah! Can I get back in the dome and finish this MSQ now? As for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamati. Warmth of family. Done. Is this going to be Crossroads, or do we still have a ways to go? Crossroads! Here we go! Last quest in 7.1. So I managed to make it. It took me 5.5-ish hours to get here, but I managed to make it. I did, however, spend about an hour and a half just bumbling around doing random, like, odds and ends I hadn't done yet in Dawntrail. So it's partially my fault it took so long. Plus, it doesn't matter. It's fine that it's a longer stream. I really do like to try and keep my free trial streams to about 3 hours, maybe 4, but not really much longer than that because of the fact that I finish the streams of the free trial on Wednesday, and then I have like Thursday and Friday to basically cut all the footage together and get it out on Friday. I don't want to have long streams that I then have to scrub back through at like 2 times speed to look for the funny bits or the important bits or whatever. I want to keep that at like 3 or 4 hours each week. But like this and Dawntrail, I'm not really using this footage for anything. Maybe someday, but I haven't thought of any particular things I want to make videos about for Dawntrail. So having longer streams doesn't really matter. Anyway, and I can do longer streams as long as I'm actually using the ad breaks on Twitch to actually take some time to stand up and move around and get another drink of water or another bottle of water or things like that. I'm more than fine for going longer term. Hell, I still did a 21-hour stream during Endwalker at one point. Granted, that was not intentional. That was just me being an idiot. But I can do longer streams. I just don't like to do really long streams. Or, like, super. I think 3 to 4 to maybe 5 hours is kind of a nice sweet spot, right? Less than that doesn't quite feel like enough for a stream, less than 3 hours. And over 5, maybe 6 some days, feels like it's just too long of a stream. Like, it doesn't need to be that long. You're not really accomplishing much just by sitting there live that long. It's possible that Shale's made some headway by now. Regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shale, what do you have her working on? Ululja's mother. Feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. Some questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kakiwa we met may have only been a simulacrum, but her memory was real. Look at his little freaking keychain. He made a keychain out of the design that his freaking dead mother used as a robot to interact with him. That is crazy and kind of adorable to me, that he has a keychain designed after the robot body that his mom used. And search for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and I will carry it always. Whoops, wrong button. Oh well. Speaking of things you're carrying, she noticed it too. Is that a teeny tiny Kakiva? What? No! Oh, little Bun Bun. Never grow up. This is merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer. I thought it's as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Yes, well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time. See if there's aught I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course, we can give you the full story on the way. Okay, Aaronville's gonna head back to the dome with us. Yeah, I need to shrink that back down and move it again. Like, I don't normally like my map to be that gigantic. I like it to be kind of out of the way. Although realistically, when you go to open the full-size map, having it larger could be interesting and helpful. But it's just so annoying at times. I don't know. It's not really that it gets in the way too often. It's that in certain situations it gets in the way too often. I think the point where I shrank that map down as small as I could and sort of crammed it off in a corner might have been when I was trying to like run Fate or Hunts or something like that. It was one of those situations where like I'm constantly opening the map, hopping on my mount and trying to fly off to a different location to do a different event, and then, you know, do that and then hop on my mount, open my map and fly off again, kind of thing. And I was doing that a bunch and the map was just like always in my way, and I'm just like, oh, forget it, and I just shrunk it down and moved it and never really changed that, because I do generally kind of like having the map sort of small and out of the way, but in that case it's really not much more useful than a mini map. Which, unfortunately, part of me does wish I could just zoom the mini-map out more, but I have it as zoomed out as I can possibly make it. Uh-huh. What you got? We played with Ronek. The Ronek, Graha. We played with the Ronek. Simple yet elegant solution. This is the railroad back in operation. I just can't get past the dialogue option where it's like, fine, we'll just walk instead of taking a Ronek amount, and you could look over at Aaronville, just be like, but the Ronek, Aaronville, the Ronek. It's like, I want to ride the Ronek. You can be such a child. She's nearly finished processing the data. She'll be able to share her findings with us imminently. Oh, that's pretty quick. I figured the data wouldn't be finished until like 7.2 was ready. So there would be more revelations for 7.2 or whatever. But if she's done with it already, that's a little surprising. What are we going to find then? What brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Sky Deep Cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. Well, there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on electrope. I can take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. What you guys up to? Lest you fear I've forgotten. Once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny, of course. Stola.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit.
But you kept it focused on his mom, right?
But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Taishulja herself.
Cool. You can at least hear his mom's voice.
While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
You haven't listened to it? I probably would have listened to it first.
Please.
Just to take the chance of maybe removing anything that might traumatize this kid if he hears his mom saying it.
Alright. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
Please set aside enough time to... Sorry. I love that Shale put it that way. Several audio files will now play in sequence. Like, Several scenes will play in sequence. Please make sure you set enough time aside to do this. Alright, Lana. Enjoy Arcane. You know, so many people love that show. They really should make a video game out of it. It'd do wonderful for them. You know, like a good video game out of it.
My name is Teishalja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a Virgin with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatched to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region.
Yeah, so she stayed for a while, so she was definitely here when the dome fell.
Dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Tuiyolal.
Oh, really?
I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he would not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander.
Yep, because he already would have been there before the dome showed up.
How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja?
Hopefully as little as possible. The idea that anyone wanted to be with him is already gross to me.
I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him.
Sure you did.
His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase, and when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire.
Sure, and it'll only cost you literally everything.
Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If you could see him, embrace him. Surely that would be enough.
Yeah, no. He wants nothing to do with that.
So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Yep. Like Zoralja does not care.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
This is a good end well.
No, I can't. I
I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't.
Sure, pal.
No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all.
Sure. Papa was always a monster, and you should have known better.
Happy family.
Nope.
Can you look at shouting for me? The research hasn't been going well, but I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
Strange that her recordings from the experiment place, where she probably should have been talking about the experiment, were literally just all about her wanting a kid and having a kid. Like, none of it had anything to do with the experiments. Interesting that she chose to document that.
We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Yeah. That's what I assume. I don't assume she actually abandoned him. I assume she tried to hide him away somewhere and then died horribly because of whatever happened at the facility. Like, the father may have been a piece of crap, and the mother may have been stupid and naive, but she wouldn't have abandoned him.
If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try.
Dude, if you could have been together, that probably would have been a terrible relationship. Even if Zoraljaw tried, he probably would have been like the worst husband and father ever. That man had no business being in a relationship or having a family. He was insane.
I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
Here to know. Profound response for one so young. Yep. She didn't have to be. Little Jaw is indeed wise beyond his years. Yeah, you know. He's gotta be, given the life he's had so far. Never outgrows the need for dependable companions. Fortunate he has you. Thanks, Shell. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. Because you were brave enough to listen, Little Jaw. If you remember one thing, remember that. Having shared what I can at present, I'm ready to head to living memory when you are. I think this is it. Going to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. Said I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, farewell. So we're definitely picking up with your Stola at some point. I don't know if that's going to be right at 7.2, or if your Stola's going to, like, spend 7.2 in living memory with Shale, and then come back in 7.3 and be like, we need to do this! Come with me, Marty, I need to take you to the future! Or something like that. It's about your kids, Ash. Your kids! Or before you leave. Network's already spreading word of the railroad. The expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. When we spoke before, you said many from Tuliyola were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard. If so, we could take turns accompanying them. In case we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at lane node 9. Let's see. What we actually find out. I do need to go do Arcadian at some point. I hate that it resets that every time it reopens the map. I do wish I could just tell the damn thing to be like, no, just leave the map static. Leave it where it is when I close it, leave it there when I open it. But every time you reopen the map, it automatically centers on your character, which cuts half the frickin' map off every time. When I'd rather just be able to look at the whole map of the zone. That's the other reason why I shrunk the map down, I think. Is because it doesn't matter. It recenters to your character every time, so you're gonna have to frickin' scrub the map. You're gonna have to, like, go back in and just be like, nope, let me go over here. No, I need to go over here and look. So it's like it doesn't even matter if the map is small. Because you're gonna have to scroll around the map to look for whatever you're looking for anyway. There'll still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first. So what is going on?
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
What is going on?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
What?
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zaraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
Well.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function.
Until you run out of soul cells, I guess.
I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware.
Yep.
It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation.
Dude, we've given them
worse.
We've given them like 3 hours. Like, they'll need more time than that to adjust.
Look, it's Queen's Fee.
I get it. With time, maybe they can adjust to their situation. I get it, but we've given them like a day. Also, what is this? What the hell have they done? What did they do? There's no way they could have actually reactivated her. Which means this is what? Just a hologram?
What?
But then who's controlling it?
Help, Queen's Fiend! The grown-ups are really upset and I don't know what to do.
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever. You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself.
The regulators are messing with their memories again.
To mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty?
So not him, that's for sure. He's wearing a black regulator and he's just as delusional as everyone else, which means someone else is doing it.
What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria.
Oh, he sounds almost robotic there. Like the memory was just being placed into his head, and he's like trying to justify it to himself almost.
Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
Very robotic delivery on that line. Yeah. Like it's new information and his brain's just trying to figure it out or something.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
Except you've already started forgetting. You forgot her.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort.
Great.
You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
Oh, cool, great. Is it a final solution? Is that what we're doing here?
All of us shall be made endless.
Not possible. Who is doing this?
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone.
So it's a lie to get people to volunteer, and then she's gonna probably harvest their souls from them, realistically. Like, get them to come in just a couple at a time, and then, like, rip their souls out of them for some other project. But who is doing this is the question.
But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not?
She even said funeral. She even said the word funeral.
There are still more we have yet to distribute.
5,000 in all.
See, I knew it was the fucking black regulators, but who created them then? Who made the black regulators and set them up to distribute then?
Those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
But only 5,000 of us?
You Victral!
Are people gonna start, like, killing each other to steal the regulators from each other, too?
The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
Just call her out right in front of everyone.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Sure you are. This is creepy as shit. Definitely not. Interesting. Nothing popped up on the monitor. That's interesting. It was just static, just digital artifacting.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Is this not even a person? Is, like, not even a person controlling this? Some sort of, like, virus or something infecting the city? That's, like, causing Sphene to come back and try and just harvest as many souls as possible or something. Like some kind of weird virus that infected the city and the regulators or something. Maybe some last, very final vestige of something preservation created, like in the worst possible situation. But there's an insidiousness to this avatar. It doesn't feel like this could just be some thing, right? Some virus or some last program that preservation created in the worst possible circumstances. It feels like there is an intelligence behind this hologram that's fucking smirking at us. Like someone is doing this. I caught the proclamation from a distance, but I could tell you that the message about neo-regulators was received with utmost clarity. Which means they're gonna probably start attacking and killing each other to steal regulators, too. Then Sphene, she should have been destroyed when the meso-terminal shut down. Yep, absolutely. Thought a singular Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen. 'Tis no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor, as if their memories have been erased. Well, they are wearing regulators, even the new ones especially. Members of Oblivion remain unaffected. That was likely the work of the regulators, but by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. And that guy's, even if some suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. Agree wholeheartedly. We should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead. Until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Actually, the stuff with Y'shtola might take a lot longer than I thought it would. Whatever's going on with Y'shtola might actually be setting up the next expansion. Maybe. It might take longer. This big sudden revelation thing with Sphene is like, this will probably take up 7.2 and 7.3 to deal with this threat. Right? Like, so maybe Y'shtola will come back to me in like 7.4 and be like, hey, let's go do something else now. Okay, so who's in living memory? Oh, cool.
Where am I?
Okay, so someone like just waking up in living memory while Y'shtola's in there.
My people, are they safe?
Yeah, like that sounds like it's Sphene. Could the real Sphene have still been alive somehow? I don't know. Pretty sure her body was dead. So whatever this is, I don't know.
Why am I...
Physical? Could preservation have designed a fallback where they like save one body for her? Even then, it should be a robotic body that she's like projected onto, not a physical body. Huh. Fear of death, the people turn to Queen Reborn, their fates to learn. Crossroads. Done. Achievement? Probably no title, since it's just a patch update one. Title of Neon Horizons. Huh. That's an interesting one. I've been using Starcaller for so long, man. I generally keep Starcaller as like my default one that I basically always use as my title. So even when I get a bunch of new ones, I basically just always end up staying with Starcaller. Quests. Let's go by name so I can just go alphabetically. It's a lot. So many of the quests are of this, of that, of this, of that. I knew it was going to be like that because so many of the quests are like that. So many of the quest-based achievement titles are of this, of that, of this, right? It's just how it goes. Alright. That is going to be enough for tonight. I may do more on my own. Maybe I'll stay on and do some stuff with my character, but that's enough for now for the stream. I've been going for about 6 hours. That's good. That's plenty. Let me go ahead and tab over to Twitch. Next stream will be Wednesday. Don't know about the time, assumedly around noon or 1 p.m. Pacific time, but who the heck knows? I don't have it down in like stone exactly when I start. But Wednesday, I'm going to be playing on my free trial character, my alt on his challenge playthrough. I think, but don't know for sure, that I will be doing the warrior questline. From 30 to 50, I will be doing the ARR warrior questline to get that one done so I can get all my warrior skills on that character. And then actually use the warrior in like dungeons and duties and things like that. Sorry, let me pop over to Twitch. Come on, there we go. There, that's the right page. Outriders. Terraria, Infernum Calamity. Interesting, maybe. Outriders, Raft. 7 Rebirth. No, I don't want to watch someone do 7 Rebirth because I definitely want to play that game at some point on my own, and I haven't done that yet. Here's someone else doing more 7.1 MSQ. Why not that, then? Why not that? Someone else running MSQ. They are a BRB at the moment. So we'll go ahead and hold off a little bit on that. let me go ahead and tab back into the game, and let's go see what we've got. Let me check here. Yes, there was the quest over near the Arcadian, but not the one for the Arcadian, that I'm like, what the hell is this quest? Because it was blue, but it was tiny, and it didn't have a picture, and I don't know what it is. So let me just go check that out, and we will wait for the other streamer to BRB. Hopefully they'll get back pretty soon. Trial by Spire is weird. What is this? I'm gonna be astronaut. Would you the very same one who saved Solution 9? My heroic friend are in luck. I'm granting you permission to test your might against my indomitable dummies? Oh, this is probably Stone Sky Sea. This is probably like Stone Sky Sea, where you can test your like rotation and your movement and your mechanics understanding against like dummies that mimic extremes and ultimates and that sort of stuff. I don't know if they do ultimates, actually. I've never used Stone Sky Sea because I just go into the raid and do it. Anyway. That means usually they're reserved for military research, but I'm willing to make an exception for one of your talents. Yeah, this is just going to be the Dawntrail version of Stone Sky Sea. Nothing to say. Of course, you've been struck dumb by my overwhelming generosity. Don't worry, for I'll ease you in with a thorough explanation. Once you return to your senses, come to me in the outskirts. Interesting. The eccentric researcher. Okay, let's go see what she's got. Maybe I should try one of these at some point. I've never tried these things at any point. I just haven't. So I don't understand exactly how they work. But maybe I should at some point. And it's supposed to be good for practicing at least your rotation against like extremes and tougher trials and stuff like that. I don't remember if they do the mechanics as well, though. I can't remember. Just you recovered from the shock of my initial proposal. Good, good. Now let me explain what this is all about. Researcher for Oblivion, namely in the field of electrope engineering. During Zoljaw's reign, I survived within the ranks of his army by helping to research and develop protective materials. The Indomitable Dummies. The durability is second to none. They were used to measure the offensive potential of an entire arsenal of weapons to great effect. Okay. Doesn't mean my masterworks have been left to rust. And that is an affront to science I cannot forgive. Peace may demand we set down our weapons, but the march of progress must go on. I like her. Grant you seems to possess might equal to an entire squadron of hardened troops. Access to Spire of Trial. Willing to make adjustments as befits the magnitude of your power. As a woman of science, I can think no greater honor than to have you testing the limits of my creations. May purpose anew. I'll be here testing and improving the dummies when able, so you're welcome to stop by at any time, even if only to gaze upon my indomitable beauties. Trial by Spire, huh? Spire of Trial. An expansion of Stone Sky Sea. Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was. Fight! Stone Sky Sea level 100. What is the value of this, anyway? It's just to test yourself, right? Let's see what Stone Sky Sea level 100 is. Let's just see. Like I said, I've never bothered to do Stone Sky Sea. Let's just see what it is. Yeah, it's basically just to, like, test your rotations. Like an in-game way to practice your rotation and try and get it as strong as possible. And refined as possible. And get it all down perfect kind of thing, right? Okay, did that get rid of one of my buffs there? Let me double check. No, it looks like it's building my buffs up again by doing certain things. Now that I can focus pretty much primarily on my rotation without having to worry about mechanics, let me double check this. So if I do this, goes for Twin Blade, Twin Blood, Hunter's Instinct, Swiftskins, Venom. Okay, so that does refresh the buffs, doesn't it? That refreshes the buffs? My burst rotation refreshes the buffs too, so I don't even need to bother with it. Alright. Alright, let me double check. Twin Blade, goes for Twin Blood. Hunter's Instinct, Swiftskins, Venom. Swift Scaled. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, each of them refreshes one of the buffs. It's so difficult because Viper has so much stuff written on a lot of its tooltips that, like, I can't quite remember what all of it is. Okay, so I didn't actually complete that trial, which means my rotation was not very good for level 100, considering I have pretty decent frickin' gear. I have gear enough to get me into the Alliance raid, and that was just level 100, and I couldn't complete it. That means I was not doing very good on my rotation then. Because I wasn't doing nearly enough damage to make it work. Alright, let's keep working on a couple of things, shall we? Let's see what else we got. Nothing here. Let me go ahead and teleport between some zones. See what's there. Nothing very special here. Okay. Let's check out this zone and see if there's anything I missed. I'll also pick up some of the maps while I'm here too. Go and clear out some of the maps while I'm kind of waiting for the other streamer to come back from their break. Hopefully soon. But we'll see. Okay, nothing here. No, like, I'm looking for, like, any maybe missing blue quests or things like that. Nice, right? Unable to send. Recipient is in a restricted area? That makes no sense. Notion of promotion. Oh, that's the other one. Alright, I'm done. The other streamer is live again. Right? Yep. Let's go ahead and do that now. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up for today. I will do some of this other stuff off stream and then whatever. I will see you guys on Wednesday for the free trial, continuing the free trial completionist challenge. This is where we are raiding tonight. Go to both places. Yep, went to both places. if you're getting left behind by Twitch, or if you're on YouTube and you'd like to raid over with us and say hi to Maya, go ahead and hit that URL, and we will pop over there in just a second. Yeah, I will see you guys on Wednesday. Thanks everyone for being here tonight. More warrior stuff on the free trial on Wednesday, and then I think I should be ready to continue with my relic next week. But this week should be warrior storyline playthrough and getting my skills and stuff like that. And maybe unlocking some other jobs and stuff too. That'd be interesting. Not jobs. Classes. Can't do jobs yet. Anyway, see you guys later.